And thank you for staying with me while we continue on my presentation of the NGSC Cosynchronous Teaching Program. So this presentation will have three parts. First, an overview of the program. Second, we'll cover how to set up Zoom and Canvas. And then we'll cover 8 use cases, ways that you can use the NGSC equipment in teaching. First, a note about the actual classrooms. As you may know, since May of this year, we've been undertaking a renovation of all of our classrooms, and we've completed over half of them. And they've been upgraded with state-of-the-art audiovisual equipment to facilitate co-synchronous teaching. And we'll see in a moment exactly what that equipment is. We expect to finish all of both campuses' classrooms by the start of the next term. Turning now to the NGSC Co-Synchronous Teaching Program, for which we sent the call earlier this term. The purpose, of course, is to prepare faculty to be able to teach both remote and on-site students equally well at the same time, or co-synchronously students. And when we say remote students, of course, we mean students connecting to the live class by Zoom. Later this term, the program will reopen for applicants for the spring 22 semester. And the program comes with a stipend of $1,500. It's open to all faculty, part-time lecturers, full-time lecturers, and tenure-line faculty. The program requirements, one is to take a 90-minute training, which is this presentation I'm doing now draws very much from that on-site training. Second, to complete the Canvas self-guided course, Best Practices in Co-Synchronous Teaching, which is approximately a 90-minute to 2-hour course. And the other Canvas-based course, self-guided, Essentials of Teaching with Canvas. And this is a much longer course to acquaint instructors with all aspects of Canvas. It's approximately 6 to 8 hours. The second requirement is that we're requesting that you use the best practices we are conveying in this training when you teach in the NGSC rooms. The third requirement is to use Canvas rather than Blackboard for the class's LMS site. The next requirement really is the heart of the program, and that is to allow each student in the class that you're teaching in an NGSC room, allow each student who is not able to attend class on-site in person due to illness or needing to take care of a child or a parent or other reasonable grounds that the instructor will approve, to allow these students to attend remotely by Zoom. And the last requirement is to participate in the assessment of the program and of students' co-synchronous learning. This is a will be a assessment that won't be much work. It's to bring in this program into our accreditation cycle. To touch now on some of the best practices we recommend. First point, well, the default is likely to be to not pay enough attention to the remote students. The tendency may be to ignore the remote students, to treat them as a kind of second-class learners. So really what's necessary to give these students an equal learning experience to the on-site students is to plan carefully how the instructor will do that. The second point, we suggest preparing electronic instructional materials in advance. Now later I'll show you how you could use hand-typed lecture notes typed live during class, or handwritten lecture notes during class, but we suggest that electronic materials prepared in advance may be the most convenient and effective way of presenting instructional content. Third suggestion is that you record the Zoom sessions, the class meetings, for later review by students. One instructor on this point raised the objection, well, if I do that, what's the incentive for students to come to class? They'll just wait and watch the recordings later. And some replies to that are that instructor may include participation points in the syllabus, which of course students only receive if they attend class on site or remotely by Zoom. Another answer could be that the Zoom sessions are available only by request to the instructor. In other words, the student needs to email the instructor to request them, and also must provide a reason why they were unable to attend class. The last point is suggested by the person who invented the term HyFlex pedagogy, which we are not doing HyFlex pedagogy with the NGSCs, but we are doing 2 of the 3 learning modes in HyFlex pedagogy. This suggestion is to allow 1 or more on-site students to bring their laptops to class, to log into the class's Zoom session, and then to monitor the Zoom chat of the class meeting for questions or comments by the remote students, and also for to monitor electronic hand raising by the remote students. So of course, this is a way to help keep track of those remote students, which is the whole emphasis in the NGSC co-synchronous teaching program. Some instructors objected to this method because they felt that the on-site students that are doing this may not attend to the lecture or to the discussion that's happening in the class. In other words, to the instructional content, they may be distracted by monitoring the Zoom chat. And maybe an answer to that is have multiple students do this for every class meeting and rotate this duty, maybe 4 students covering the Zoom chat for 15 minutes each. Of course, another way is for the instructor themselves to monitor Zoom chat. Of course, that's a lot of plates to keep spinning at one time. Some instructors have suggested that they always check Zoom chat after, for example, every 4th PowerPoint slide, or they actually set the timer on their smartphone and for 15 minutes, and when they hear the timer go off, that reminds them to check the Zoom chat. But however it's done, of course, the monitoring of Zoom chat and electronic hand raises is an important part of keeping track of the remote students. Of course, considerations of accessibility, making instructional content accessible for all students is important in our design of instructional content. And these suggestions come from our accessible technology services team. The first 2 pertain to students with visual impairments. First one, when you're showing a photograph or a painting or figure, anything that's a visual, the suggestion is to describe that image as you're presenting it. So if a student is unable to see it clearly or at all, they still understand what's being presented through your verbal description. Likewise, if you're handwriting notes on the board or typing notes live, as we'll see in a moment, read what you're writing or typing so that, again, that information comes across orally to the students. Second point, use high contrast images, high contrast in images. For example, here we have a very white font on a dark gray background, high contrast. Third point, our Accessible Technology Services Coordinator recommends reaching out to all students early in the term to remind them if they need an accommodation, they should get in touch with the Office of Services to Students with Disabilities to get that ball rolling, to get registered with the office so that any accommodation that's needed can be put in the works and put in place by the time that it's needed. I will be providing this PowerPoint to all faculty via our ATI website. And you see in the last point, I have a link to our accessible instructional materials page that has a lot of great, very useful information on universal design and accessibility. Moving on now to the actual equipment of the next generation smart classroom. Every one of the classrooms are equipped with these three pieces of equipment. And I'll just show you each in turn. The first is a ceiling mounted microphone array made by the company Biamp. You see the brand there on the edge of the device. Again, this is mounted in the ceiling in the center front of the room. And it has what's called beam forming technology. When it senses a single audio source like the instructor's voice, it focuses on that audio source and reduces the audio of any ambient noise so that that single audio source becomes highly audible to the remote students. It's quite good even if the instructor is 12 or 15 feet away from the ceiling mounted microphone array there. The audio quality is amazingly good for the remote students. This microphone array can even pick up the voice of on-site students in the front, middle, or even the back of the room if they ask a question or make a comment, and then remote students will be able to hear that student participation as well. The Biamp microphone is not good at multiple voices talking at once. So if there's like a general room chatter, that is not would not be audible to remote students. The second piece of equipment in every NGSC room is a camera, video camera by Aver. And this is a ceiling mounted, so it's actually would be upside down from what we see in this image. This is a pan tilt zoom or PTZ camera. The camera can pan or move left to right, tilt or move up and down, and zoom or change focal length to give the impression of a closer or wider angle. The Aver camera is not a tracking camera. It will not follow you around the room, but we'll see in a moment how we can control the camera to change angles, to switch it to angles that we want. The third piece of equipment is this Extron touchscreen panel. And I'll go over each part of this. The panel is mounted in the podium. It's swiveled so that you can fold it down and kind of put it away. But here we see it folded up, so it's accessible. When you come into the room to start your class meeting, the screen may be completely dark. If you just touch the screen anywhere, the next thing you'll see is the CSUSB logo full screen, and it'll say at the bottom, touch anywhere to begin. And then if you touch the screen again, then the screen that we see now will come up, and the classroom's video projector's lamp will come on, and the Biamp microphone will come on. So the whole system then is powered up. So now to consider the various buttons on the screen, looking at the very top, select an input. When you first look at the screen, when it comes on, you want to make sure the leftmost button, PC, is selected so that you are using the classroom's desktop computer. That is the computer that is hooked in to the Biamp microphone and also the Aver camera. If the last instructor in the room had selected the middle option, HDMI, in order to connect their own laptop. The system may not work, it will not work. You won't see the AVER camera, you won't hear the biamp microphone, and if you're not aware that the center option is selected, you may not know why the system is not working. So please select the leftmost option, make sure it's selected. Instructors often ask, can I use my own laptop with the system and connect it by HDMI? Unfortunately, no. Instructors' laptops cannot interface with the biamp microphone or the AVER camera. But we will see in a little while how we can use second devices. In other words, in addition to the classroom's desktop computer, we can see how to use those devices to present instructional content. All right, now moving down and starting from the left, the video mute button is a handy way of quickly turning off the projector lamp. That's in case you want to go to the center front of the room and interact with your students without being blinded by the projector lamp. And it's the lamp goes off, and then if you touch the button again, goes back on just in a couple of seconds. So it's much faster than powering down and powering back up. Moving to the right, the camera presets. These are the 4 angles that we have options for the AVER camera. And we'll see in a moment how those look, but just considering them in clockwise order from top left. Podium, of course, puts the AVER camera on a kind of medium shot at the instructor at the podium. I'm moving now to the right. The wide button frames the middle center front of the classroom, so the instructor can move out into the room and interact with the students. The lower left button, left board, frames the left side of the whiteboard at the front of the class. And likewise, the next button, right board, frames the right side of the whiteboard. Now moving to the right, the set of buttons under main volume. These buttons control the speakers in the classroom, in the NGSC itself. These controls do not affect the input volume of the biamp microphone, so they do not affect what the remote students hear at home. They only affect what the on-site students hear through the classroom speakers. And lastly, in the lower right of the screen here, the red power button, of course, powers down the system when you're through with it. And please, at the end of your class meeting, press that button to turn off the system. And that way we have a protocol where every time an instructor comes into the room, the system is off. And so we're all on the same page that way. 2 pieces of equipment which are optional in NGSCs and must be requested from the Technology Support Center are a podium standing Logitech webcam and an Epson document camera, which are also sitting on the podium. And you see the directions for each one, how to request these through the TSC. Again, you'll have access to this PowerPoint. That's the Logitech webcam on its little stand sitting on the podium. And of course, the instructor can swivel this webcam and also twist the gooseneck. So there's quite a bit of variability in the angle the webcam can get. However, it is tied to the podium with a cable. You see a little black cable there. That's just to keep it from walking away. So it is constrained that way. Next piece of equipment is the Epson document camera. Also, as you see, connected to the podium by a security cable. And we'll see how to use this document camera in a moment. Both of these items, once you request them through the TSC, they will be in this room for the entire semester. In other words, they won't be taken back by the TSC. They'll stay in the room and be there for you every class meeting until the end of the term. It's good to request these as soon as you know when you'll need them. And in the request, of course, you would need to ask what you're requesting, when you would like them, and the location, the room that they're going into. Excuse me. So this image shows pretty much the instructor's point of view from the podium in the NGSC rooms. You see the document camera sitting on the fold-up shelf of the podium. You see the Logitech webcam behind the monitor. And the monitor that we're looking at here is actually a touchscreen monitor, but due to supply chain issues, we were not able to get enough touchscreen monitors for every NGSC right now, but we hope to have those in a couple of months and to have touchscreen monitors in every room by the start of spring term. And you see there, of course, the Extron control panel in the kind of lower left of your screen, folded up out of the podium. All right, moving on to our next topic, how to use Zoom in co-synchronous teaching. And now I've included step-by-step instructions on a lot of these slides, but I won't go through these steps while the slide is visible. I will tend to go over these while we're seeing screen captures and other images. So that's what I'll do now. So the way that we begin the Zoom to create a Zoom for a class meeting, it's a two-step process. The first step is we need to create the Zoom link in the left-hand navigation menu that you see in blue font on the left side of the screen now. So we begin by clicking on settings, which you see indicated by the red arrow at the lower left of your screen. Click on settings. That opens the settings. And at the top of settings, we have a number of tabs at the top. And we see navigation highlighted with a red box. That's the tab we want to be on to create our Zoom link. And then if we look down this image in the upper section of the list, those are the apps and the items that are possible to make visible for students. The items in the lower section are not yet available to make visible to students. So we need to drag Zoom up from the lower section to the upper section. So we just click on that Zoom box, drag it up to the upper section, and on with the three dots at the right of the Zoom box, we select Enable, and then we save what we've done. There's a save button down at the bottom of that screen. Then the Zoom link is now placed into the left-hand navigation menu. So that's the first part of creating the Zoom link. Part two now is we're going to actually create the actual link that you and that the students will click on for this class, for these class meetings. So first we click on the newly created Zoom link in the left-hand menu. That takes us to this page, which is a kind of interface page between Canvas and your instance of Zoom, your Zoom account. So whatever changes, whatever additions you make here on this page, those will be added to your Zoom account, and you could see them if you go in through Zoom through the regular link in MyCoyote, for instance. So how do we create the actual link for the class meeting? Well, we begin by clicking on, in the upper right there, schedule a new meeting, indicated by the red arrow. Click on that. That takes us to the settings page to define the parameters of this new meeting. So if you look at the leftmost arrow, we see that we have recurring meeting checked. And on the rightmost arrow, we choose no fixed time. Now, these two settings will make the link, the Zoom link, durable. In other words, it will be available to you and to the students around the clock throughout the entire semester. We won't have to create a new Zoom link for every class meeting. It'll just always be there for the life of this course site. Moving down this settings page, there are a number of options we have. First one, the uppermost arrow, waiting room. My suggestion, or if I was teaching this class, I would not want to enable this because I don't want to have to admit the students. I want to let them be able to come into the room on their own. And a related setting, next arrow down, enable join before host. I want the students to be able to come into this room, Zoom room, before I'm there. Next arrow, record the meeting automatically. I wouldn't do this because if students do come in before the instructor comes in, that's when the recording would begin. And then the instructor may have to edit the Zoom recording and so on. So it's a bother. Of course, the downside of this is if you want your class meeting to be recorded, you have to remember to click the record button in the Zoom app. So once we make all of our choices for the options, settings in the Zoom meeting, we click save, which is the last button, the last arrow at the bottom. And then the meeting is created then back in the upcoming meetings tab. And you see that where the two arrows are pointing, that line are the parameters of the meeting. As you see, the topic is Sandbox Owen Bradford. That happens to be the name of this Canvas course site, but typically it's the name of the course, which is probably a good name for the class meeting link. The leftmost red arrow points to the meeting ID. This number can be used for anybody to join the meeting without being logged into to MyCoyote, but your students actually should use the next button. The next arrow over points to the start button. That's of course how the instructor starts the Zoom meeting. The students, where we see start here, the students see join. And students that are enrolled in the class should join the meeting this way rather than using the meeting ID. That way they're logged in as their CSUSB selves. So those are the two steps in creating the Zoom link. First is to add the Zoom link in the left side navigation menu. Second is to create the actual Zoom link for the class meeting. Moving on now to our 8 use cases. We're going to look at 8 of these, and each one is a different kind of mode or way of using the NGSC equipment. First one is lecturing at the podium with prepared materials. And of course, this is best for a lecture mode without much discussion by the students. So again, I'm not going to go over each step. I'm just going to show you how to do it. We assume now we have come into the classroom, started the classroom desktop computer, logged into the computer on the first screen, opened a browser, gone to csusb.edu, logged into MyCoyote, and chosen Canvas from MyCoyote, and then opened the course site, Canvas course site for the class that we're teaching today. So that's where we are at this point. Oh, and we have also started the Zoom class meeting like we were just talking about. So now here, this is of course the Zoom screen. And if you look at the lowermost arrow on the left, we have video settings indicated by the white up arrow. This shows us, at the top of this list, this shows us what video sources we have available to us to Zoom. So whatever we choose here, that means that's what the remote students are going to see as the video source. And for this use case one, we want to select the AVer camera. That's the first option. The other two are the Epson, which is the document camera, and the Logitech webcam, which is the one sitting on the podium behind the monitor. We'll see how those work in a little bit. For now, we're selecting the AVer camera. You see the left check mark to the left there. And then, of course, we want to start the recording, which is the rightmost arrow, the record button. And we definitely want to record to the cloud, not record to this computer, because that would put the recording on the classroom's desktop computer, and then we would have to get that recording off the computer somehow, which is a hassle. So we don't want that. Just a side note, currently we have a rolling deletion policy of Zoom recordings every 120 days. So if you put the recording in the cloud and you want to keep it, you'll have 4 months to do something with that recording, like download it and then save it to YouTube or put it in your Google Drive. We may have other options coming before too long, and we'll keep you apprised of those. Okay, so then what we see, next we want to go to the Extron panel and select the podium angle for the AVER. And then we want to share screen, which means we'll be sharing our PowerPoint back in the Zoom controls. And now this is what the students, the remote students will see. I don't know if the live Zoom window that you're seeing me through is in the way. Just please grab that Zoom window at the top and slide it down the screen. And then you should see a still image of me in the upper right. This is what the remote students will see in this use case 1. They'll see your PowerPoint. So in this case, it's the PowerPoint that I'm showing you. And they'll see the instructor at the podium in the Zoom window in the upper right. Moving on to use case 2. This is exactly the same as use case 1, except now we're going to use the wide angle of the AVER camera. So everything is the same, except now we choose the wide button on the Extron panel, and the AVER camera then pans to the right usually and widens out and reframes to a wide angle of the room. And again, if I'm blocking the upper right of the screen, the little Zoom window, just move that out of the way. And now again, you can see what the remote students will see at home because you've shared the PowerPoint, it's full screen, and they see you in the Zoom window in the upper right, and you see the wide angle in the room. This frees the instructor to walk around a bit in the front of the room and engage with the on-site students and not be trapped at the podium. Oh, and also, by the way, in both use case 1 and use case 2, this is exactly what the on-site students see as well, projected onto the classroom's video screen. So as you see in the little the still image in this, in what you're seeing now in the upper right, you see that the on-site students also see the PowerPoint. Moving on to use case 3. This is lecturing with live notes, typed using the classroom desktop. And again, this is good for lecture as well. So to do this, we're going to have to choose the Zoom whiteboard from the Zoom share screen settings. So now it doesn't matter where the AVER camera is pointed, because the remote students will not see anything from the AVER camera. So we share screen, and that click on share screen, and that brings up this image, and you see the image highlighted in blue. That's the whiteboard. So we want to click on that. That makes that icon blue, and then we click on share, and then this comes up, which is the whiteboard of the Zoom, the live Zoom session that the remote students are seeing. And you'll have a kind of toolbar at the top there. When the screen first comes up, of course, it'll be completely blank, completely white. So if you want to type text, you would select the text box, which is the upper left arrow. You just click there. And then if you click down in the white in the whiteboard, that creates a text box, which you see outlined in dotted lines with the lower arrow. And then you may want to format the thickness and size and color of the font that you're going to type with using the format button, which is indicated by the rightmost red arrow. So I did all that, and then I just typed in the box. You see I've typed most of an equation. And then if you wish, you can save all this using the rightmost button in the toolbar there, save. You can save it as a PNG or a PDF. It saves to the desktop computer in the classroom. So then you, if you want to get this really a screenshot off the local computer, you would need to email it to yourself or put it in Google Drive or something. And you may want to save all these so that you can make them available to students as saved lecture notes. Now, an instructor asked me, why would I want to type something live when I could prepare it in advance in a PowerPoint? And I learned about this from mathematics faculty and computer science faculty. They told me that the way they teach, they want students to see the logic of the instructional content unfolding one line at a time. They don't want the step-by-steps of a mathematical proof or a mathematical solution to be all laid out at once. They want students to see it line by line and figure it out. Likewise was with writing computer code. They want students to see it line by line. Okay, moving on to use case 4. This is using the document camera now. And again, this is good for lecture mode. And to be prepared for this, of course, you should come with paper and a pen that has a strong dark line, probably blue or black ink that will be most legible and visible to remote students. So let's see how we do this. So again, going to the Zoom video options. Now we remember before we had chosen the AVER camera. Now we choose the Epson document camera. And please note, we don't need to share screen in this use case. Once we choose the Epson camera, we're set with our video source. So once you do select it, this is what you see. This is the view of the Epson camera. And then you're ready to write notes like this. Of course, this is my hand writing an equation again. One thing that will be very helpful is in the Zoom window, you'll see the Epson video source, and from the 3 dots in the upper right of the DocCam image, choose Spotlight for All. Spotlight for All, and this is in the step-by-step directions in the PowerPoint. Spotlight for All makes this image full screen for all your remote students, and of course that's what we want. We don't want them to have the option that this image is just in the gallery view along with the video tiles of all the other remote students. So if you are recording your Zoom session, whatever you do here on the document camera, of course, will be recorded as part of that recording and available for students to review, to see your lecture using the notes again. And of course, the biamp microphone is recording whatever you say while you're writing this content on the paper. And again, for visually impaired students, it's good to read and explain what you're writing and not assume that everybody can see what you're writing on the paper. Moving on to use case 5, this is using an iPad or another tablet or even a laptop to display instructional content, in this case, handwritten notes. So, and this is how it looks on the iPad. It may look a little bit different on another device, but you go to your iPad and you join the meeting. And to join the meeting, you want to enter the meeting ID, which we see here. This is back on our Zoom screen. The meeting ID is that number indicated by the leftmost arrow. You enter that number into the join box on your iPad. And then once your iPad has joined the Zoom session, so then you become like another participant in the Zoom meeting. Your device, along with the remote students and along with the desktop computer, then you touch at the top of the iPad and touch on the share content button and scroll down to the whiteboard option, and then touch on the whiteboard option, and then a white screen is shared with everybody. So the white screen from your iPad is shared with the remote students and with the on-site students who see it in full screen on the classroom's projector screen. So then, for instance, you can use your Apple Pencil to write or draw instructional content like this, for example. I guess that might be, that might take some time to create this example, maybe more time than you have as you're writing it live. But nonetheless, you can create content that way, and you can save that content with the options in the lower right of the iPad screen. Moving on to use case 6. Now, for the first time, we come to a technique of creating interaction between the on-site and remote students. And so this is, of course, suited for a situation where you're not just lecturing anymore, but you want some kind of discussion to take place. So to implement this, first thing we do is now for the first time, we're selecting the webcam that's sitting on the top of the podium. Again, using our video source menu on the Zoom screen. And once you select the Logitech, you then have the video image coming through the webcam sitting on top of the podium, and it looks something like this. So this is the same classroom where you saw the sample image of an NGSC room earlier. This is kind of like 10 minutes before the start of an actual class, so not many students yet, but that's the angle that you would get. This is the angle that remote students would see, and if you can imagine, it's full of students. It gives a good visual sense of the on-site students. By the way, if you look at the top of the image, you see the video projector in the top center of the screen. To the right of the video projector, you see the AVer camera mounted in the ceiling. Unfortunately, the biamp microphone is not in the frame here. All right, so then what we would want to do to facilitate this discussion between on-site and remote students, we would make sure that our Zoom, in our Zoom on our desktop computer, we are in gallery view. So gallery view, of course, arranges all the tiles of whoever's in the Zoom meeting as like in a mosaic, like we see here. So the gallery view of the remote students is displayed on the classroom screen to the on-site students. This is what the on-site students see. So, and the remote students are, of course, seeing the webcam image of the on-site students. One suggestion that's really helpful is to ask the remote students to choose PIN, P-I-N, PIN for the webcam image of the on-site students. That will make that image full screen for each of them. So that'll give them the maximum visibility of the on-site students. For audio, our on-site students will hear the remote students through the classroom speakers, and our remote students will hear our on-site students through the biamp microphone. So this is a way to facilitate the kind of discussion between the two groups. Moving on to a next use case, which is how do we facilitate discussion among groups, either ad hoc or pre-assigned student groups. So first case we'll think about is just ad hoc groups that we want students to go into groups. We don't really care who's in which group right now. So in that case, the most convenient way to do that would be to put all the remote students into groups and all the on-site students into groups. And of course, the way we do that is to, use our Zoom settings and go put the remote students into breakout rooms. And then let the on-site students go into physically move into their groups. Another way to do this is if you have pre-assigned groups, let's say groups which are working on a group project, for instance, if you want to give them time in class, and the problem may arise that in these pre-assigned groups, some members are remote and some members are on-site. Well, how do we handle this? Well, first, we need one member of each group who's in the class to bring a laptop computer so all the members of the group there in class can see the remote members of that group. The other thing we need to do is to create one Zoom link for each group. The reason we do this is if students try to meet using our common Zoom Zoom class meeting link that we've been using all this time, there's going to be terrible audio feedback problems because of multiple live microphones in the same room. So our suggestion is to create one Zoom link for each group, and then we would log out of you would stop the class meeting when it's time for group work, and then each group can log into their own Zoom meeting. All right, moving on to the last use case. This is using the classroom's whiteboard to write handwritten notes like we would do if we were not having remote students, or like we may have done. We've left this to last because this can be a very problematic way of conveying instructional content because of legibility issues for remote students. In order for what you're writing on the board to be legible to remote students, you must use a fresh, preferably brand new marker in black or blue ink. You must write in large letters that are formed well enough so that they're legible to remote students. And then in our sort of anecdotal tests, that seems to work pretty well. So how do you do this? Well, we need to go back to the AVER camera, make sure AVER camera is selected, and then we choose, if this is where we're beginning, on the left board, which is of course the left side of the room. And then you can, and then you should actually video mute, use the video mute because you don't want the projector lamp shining on the whiteboard. That will create legibility problems in itself. So turn off the projector lamp using video mute. And then you can start writing your notes on the whiteboard. Actually, this is, of course, the right side of a whiteboard, not the left side of a whiteboard. So, no, it's a wrong button for this one. But, and you see how it's necessary that the letters are large, formed clearly, and written with dark ink. That concludes my presentation on the NGSC Cosynchronous Teaching Program. I thank you for your attention. If any part of this was not clear to you, the PowerPoint is available, and I'm, of course, available to answer any questions. There's my email address on the last point there on the screen, bowen@csusb.edu. And just to note again that later in this term, we will reopen the program for applicants who want to implement the NGSC mode and best practices in their spring classes. Again, the stipend is $1,500. It's open to all faculty, part-time lecturers, full-time lecturers, and tenure line faculty. So thank you again, and we'll have a short break now until our presentations by our ATI instructional designers at 10 a.m. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Mauricio Cadavid. I'm a senior instructional designer with Academic Technologies and Innovation. And in this very short video, I hope to show you a couple of tips about adding content in your Canvas course. To begin with, you will see that in Canvas, the structure of the content is presented on the front page, for students who have access. There is no longer a folder or a learning module structure as there was in Blackboard. Therefore, we need to look at ways to organize the content in a way that makes sense for the students. To do that, everything is presented as a module. This is just simply an example of what a module would look like. And the module is the front page. The way that you do that is, to begin with, there is this blue button on the top right-hand corner where you just click on adding a module. You can give the name of the module. We'll call that, week 4, for example, with the date of that week. You can choose to lock that module until a particular date if you don't want students to access it until a particular date. Or you can add prerequisites, and by prerequisites you can say, I want students to read the start year page, or I want students to go through module 1. If there is a quiz, for example, at the end of one particular module, the module prior, let's say week 4, you could actually select that item there and say the students will not have access to module 4 until they complete the quiz. And then of course with the quiz, it would be a condition, meaning it has to either pass, or if it is scored quiz, a particular percentage of the points, for them to add to be able to go into week 4. You're going to go ahead and click on add the module. And the first time that you add a module is going to look like this. You can add content directly into the module here. So it says drop files here to add a module, or choose files. If you have not uploaded content into your Canvas course and you still have it on your computer, then you could just simply drag and drop, from the folder that you have into this section here, or you can just simply choose those files. It would open up, your computer, whatever you have your files, and then you can upload them there. Now, before you can actually put them here, the files are going to be in your files folder. And to access your files folder is going to be on your left-hand side. So files are the smallest form, right, that we have of content here. Everything that you have in your course will be uploaded here. Images, uploaded media, PDFs, anything is going to be selected here. If you do not have the file here, you would be able to upload it from your computer by simply clicking on that upload file. You will click there, and again, you can see the same thing that is coming up, for you to select the files. You can also create a folder if you want to, of, let's say, files for week 1, files for week 2, or readings or materials needed for project, etc. And then keep your folders organized that way. Again, you can go directly into the files, and then you can upload the files there. Once you have those files, like in this case, for example, there is a PDF here, online discussion facilitation guidelines, right? I'm going to go back to the module. Here's where the module is. And then I'm going to click on this plus sign. If you can see it, it's on the right of the where it says week 4 and the date. I'm going to click there, and then you're going to see that this window is going to open up. This is an item window, which means that anything that is an item in your course, you're going to have access to it here. If it is assignments, you would choose from an assignment. Now, it doesn't mean that you're bringing the assignment here into this module. It means that you are linking, to the assignments page from this module, right? If it is a quiz, works the same. But right now, we're talking about files, right? So I'm going to add a file. That means that I have to select File, and then it's going to show me anything that is a file in the course. In this case, I have a lot of images. But I have this PDF, which is the online discussions. I'm going to select that, and then I'm going to say add item. Now here is my my PDF. Now, while I'm here, I want to show you a couple of things. For students to be able to view the content that you put in here, if you're not doing the date, that means that the content here is not published yet. You can tell that by this little icon on the right-hand corner. If I click on publish, it turns into a green check mark. That means that students have now access to this. If I don't want the students to have access to this week or anything in the week, I simply unpublish it. We have an example here on modules and pages, for example. Everything that is under this module, this media comments, welcome, an assignment, a discussion, a quiz, etc. It's under that particular module. I can just simply click and unpublish that, and then students won't be able to see it. If I want students to be able to see what is in here, I can just simply publish it, and then you'll notice that now, students will have access to it. Similarly, if I don't want students to have access, for example, to this quiz, but I want them to have access to what is in this module, I will just simply unpublish, that particular quiz, and then students won't have access to it. With everything in Canvas, you're still going to have options for edit, to remove it, you can copy it, etc. So thus far, we've talked about how to add a module, because in the module is where you're going to put the content that students are going to have access to. You don't want to give students access to your files, right? You don't want this file section here to be available to students. That's why it shows that it's not visible to students, because imagine if a student clicks there or anywhere from the course, they will have access to everything that you have in your course, and it's going to look like this. So by default, this is not available, but this will be your repository for anything that is an item or a file. Now, the next thing that you could actually do, let's say that you don't want to just simply give the students an article, in this case, the PDF. You want to organize it in a more meaningful way. What you can then do is create a page. And so everything that you're going to see like this, right, in Canvas, it's considered a page. When you click on pages, it's going to take you to our default front page, which is the getting started. You can just simply click where it says view all pages on the top left corner. And everything that you have created will be a page here. So as you can see, we have a bunch of pages. All of these pages come from a template, that we have for faculty who have never used Canvas to help them organize their course a little bit into how things are going to be. So, as you can see, for example, these are newer pages. I'm going to click on this one, which is Welcome from Professor, right? This is now a page. I can do my introduction here. I can have, URLs to a YouTube video, etc. And then you will see how this looks like. So just real quick, going back to modules, everything that you see here, you'll start to learn that the icons, in this particular page, for example, in this particular module, these are pages, right? So when I click on getting started, this is a page. I have my next button. Here's my next, page, right? So all of this is content, right? But the content is organized in pages so that you don't simply just add, a particular link to an article. You can still do it, right? And when students are right here, they're going to click on that online discussion, and this is how it will look like, right? There's the online discussion. Students have access to this. It's embedded within Canvas, but you notice that it doesn't look very, pleasing, right? Or organized. So what we want to do is to create a page. And to create the page, I'm simply going to go back to modules, right? I want to create a page, for this week 4. So I'm going to go over to pages. I'm going to go to view all pages. And similar to almost everything that you will do in Canvas, there's going to be a blue button on the top right-hand corner. I'm going to click there, and I'm going to create, this particular page. And let's say that this page is going to be called Guidelines for Online Discussions. I can then tell, I can just tell, write a message for the students here. And then tell the students, this is an article I want you to read about online discussions. Now, this is also part of adding content, right? And what we are doing is we're creating a pages to organize the content, and we are going to give students the opportunity to be, to stay within the page and be more organized with regards to where they go. So now what I can do is I can give the name of the article here, right? We want to stay away from, click here, right? We don't want to do this. This is under universal design, sort of principles that you can learn later. I'm just going to name article here. I'm going to highlight, the text that I want. And now I'm going to go over to this little link, in which I am going to be able to either, link it into a course link on external links, but because this is an actual document, I'm going to go to where it says insert. Because this is a document, is going to ask me, do you want to upload the document, or is this something that you already have? We already have the document, so I'm going to go to course documents, and now it's going to show me that in the file section, these are all the documents that I have, right? And he recognizes that there are PDFs, etc. So I'm going to select the online discussion one. Now you can see that it's highlighting it. Now the discussion, is the link is added here. I'm going to click on save. Now the page looks like this. Later on, there's going to be other videos with regards to accessibility, and we will discuss, all of these little icons here for accessibility. So this is what the page now looks like. I'm going to go over to my modules. I'm going to go back to the module, and I'm going to click on that plus sign. And this time, I'm going to go to page because I want to add a page. Right, and the name of the page that any of the pages that we've created will be right here. And let's see, now I gotta remember the name of the page that I just created. Give me just one quick second. I know that is among all of these different things here. Here's my guidelines for online discussion. Add an item. It is not published. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and click on that little publish there. I'm going to select this little drag option. I'm going to put it right here. And now this is how it looks like. When the students come to the page, it's going to say, there's your message for the students. This is an article I want you to read. The students has the option of clicking on the article and it will open up this way. Or the students can click on the download and it will look like that. So this is the difference between how we would create the pages and add content to that versus how you just simply provide the students with the article. Now, in the previous page, you could say it in this page, next page will be the, the document that I want you to read or something, but it becomes a little bit cumbersome. So you can actually just put it here within the page. And so what we've covered in this quick tutorial is creating a module by using the plus module there, uploading files into your files folder, creating a page into the pages section, and adding both, a direct link to the article or a page into the module. You still have other options, as I mentioned before, to add as an assignments, discussions, text headers, external URLs, external tools, etc. And this has been a quick tutorial on how to start adding some basic elements to your Canvas course.
Hi, my name is Tracy, and I'm an instructional designer with the ITS.
Hey everybody,
Division
Mr.
Office
McIntosh
of
here, and this
Academic
video is going to be
Technologies
the
and Innovation.
ultimate guide for
I'm
installing
excited to be
macOS
here
Big
today to
Sur
share
on your
with you some
unsupported
Canvas
older
tips and
Mac from
tricks.
2008 all the way to 2013 using Open Core Legacy Patcher. So why would we
Hi, my name is Tracy, and I'm an instructional designer with the ITS Division Office of Academic Technologies and Innovation. I'm excited to be here today to share with you some Canvas tips and tricks. There are a variety of ways to communicate with your students in Canvas. For this particular segment, what we're going to look at are just a few Canvas communication tools that you can use to communicate with your students within Canvas. Some of them work similar to Blackboard, while others work a little bit differently. But to get us started, we're going to take a look at announcements in Canvas. So this right here is just my Canvas sandbox for the purpose of this demonstration. And I'm on the home page, but I'm going to go ahead and navigate over to announcements. So announcements can function similar to Blackboard. It's another communication method that allows you to post announcements that are emailed to your students. It's a great tool that can help you save time and keep communication organized in a single location. So the benefit of announcements is that it sits in an announcements page. So if students can't find the information that was sent out, they skipped over an email, it's all in one location. As soon as they log into their Canvas course, they just click on announcements, and all the communication you've sent out to your students through the announcements will all be stored there in one location. It can even function similar to like a discussion board if you were to set your announcements to allow student replies and likes. So let's go ahead and go through how this tool works. So here you can see that I already have an announcement created. Welcome to day one. So to create a new announcement, you just want to click on the blue button to the right-hand side. And you're going to give it a topic title and a message. And once you've done that, if you scroll down to the bottom, there's some options. So one pretty cool tip that something that I do often is that I usually will set my announcements, I'll set them all up in advance with the feature to delay post. So they're set on a time release based on a particular date and time. So if I were to do that, I would just select delay post, click on the little calendar icon to the right of the post at box, and then I can select September 29th, and then let's just say I want 8 a.m. Just click the drop down here, select AM, and done. Now what this is going to do is it's going to make this post available to students on September 29th at 8 a.m. I could still go back before then and make any edits or adjustments that I'd like to the message. And also if I wanted this message to function similar to a discussion where I would want students to be able to comment or like this particular announcement post, I would just click allow users to comment and allow liking. So this is up to you if you'd want to have that feature available. If not, you could just leave it unchecked and then you want to click save. So then it'll take you to a preview of the announcement that's been set. And then if I click over on the left-hand navigation under announcements, you'll see the welcome to day one that I already had preset, and then the one that I've just created that says welcome. And both of them are set on a delay until, which means again that they will release based on the date and time that I set in the options. So again, this is a pretty cool tip that has saved me quite a bit of time. If you are able to set up your announcements in advance, you'll see them all here, and then to the right-hand side, they'll just show you that they're delayed until the particular date and time that you have set. Okay, another pretty cool tool, messaging tool, is within the grades in Canvas. So this is different than Blackboard, but Canvas does have this slick feature that allows faculty to message students from within the gradebook. So if we just go ahead and navigate over to the grades on the left-hand side, you'll see right here that I have only one assignment set up. Again, for the purpose of this demonstration, I just created one assignment. I don't have any students, just a test student. You'll see all your students and their student name, and then all your assignments along the top, all the columns along the top. So for Essay 1, if you go to the right of that and you click on the three little dots here, you'll see message students who, and if you select that, a box will appear. that'll give you a few options to choose from. You can message students who haven't submitted yet. You can message students who haven't been graded. You can message students who have scored less than, and you would enter what that is here, or have scored more than, and again, you would make that selection here. You can change the subject. This gives you a subject by default. You would type your message here and then click send, and individual messages will be sent to those students based on the selection that you've made up top. Again, this is for the purpose of a demonstration, so I don't have students in this particular course, but if you selected any one of these, and let's just say you selected haven't submitted yet, so we want to send a message to students who haven't submitted yet. Right below this, but above the subject, you'll see all the names of the students who have not yet submitted for this particular assignment. And it'll give you an X next to the student's name so you can remove any students that you would like from the list that appears there. And again, once you hit send after you've composed your message, an individual message will go to those students. Okay, now let's talk about the inbox in Canvas. So if you go over here to the global navigation on the far left-hand side, you have the inbox icon and inbox. You just click on that. And here, the Canvas inbox conversation are equivalent to course messages and the send email tool in Blackboard. So with Canvas inbox, you can create a message and choose who you'd like to send the message to, whether it's to an individual student or student group. So to compose a message, you want to go ahead and go up here to the top. There's an icon to compose a new message. You select your course, and then you want to go ahead and select the student you're going to send that to, or the student group you're going to send that to. Give it a subject, and then go ahead and type the message. Once you type the message, you want to hit send, and an email will go to those students that you've selected under the to section of this particular message you've composed. I recommend that you let students know how you'll be contacting them. That way students can also set their Canvas notifications appropriately to make sure that they're getting those messages from you. There are two things when it comes to composing a message and using the inbox in Canvas just to keep in mind. The first one is in order to send these messages, the course does have to be in an active term. And the second thing is when sending the message, the course needs to be published. So if the course is not published, when you try to send a Canvas message, it's going to tell you that there's only one person in the course, and that's going to be you. So again, just making sure that the course is an active term and that the course is published. So that's it for this particular segment on Canvas communication tools. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for joining us today, and I wish you all the very best. Have a great rest of your term, and if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to any of your instructional designers with the Office of Academic Technologies and Innovation. Thank you.
Hi, this is Dr. Mauricio Cadavid from Academic Technologies and Innovation, and I am here to give you a quick demo on how to activate your Go React course. In this sandbox course, I'm currently on the home page. To get to Go React, we're going to go over to our assignments. I'm going to move here on the left-hand side. I'm going to click on assignments, which takes me to my assignments page. page. Anything that you have created as an assignment will be located under assignments page. Usually this assignments page is kept not visible for students because you will be linking to these assignments from your actual module courses. But before you do that, you actually have to create it. So a couple of steps that we're going to do is going to click over in assignments. It's going to open my assignments page. I am going to give this intro video from students. Let's assume that this is an assignment in which you're asking your students to introduce themselves the first week of classes. I already have there that is going to be 10 points, but I can just change that to any points that I want. Now, Go React is integrated with Canvas, but it's still accessible through an external tool. Now, if you click on external tools here, or you would probably first time that you come to your assignments, it'll probably be and say submission type, no submission, or it could be sort of like an online submission in which you can select how you want your students to submit. But for Go React, we're going to go to external tool. Once that is selected, we need to click on find. This is going to bring me up to the configure external tools that we already have installed for Canvas. I'm going to simply scroll down to where it says Go React. I'm going to click on Go React, and once it is selected, I'm going to click on select. And you'll notice that it is now selected here for Go React. There were going to be other options that you can, just like any other assignment, you can choose to be, unlimited or limited. You can assign it to specific students, or by default it is going to be assigned to everyone in the class. You can select a due date or availability. When is it going to be available from, or when is it going to be available until. I'm not going to change any of these things. I'm just simply going to go to where it says save. So now what it does is that every time, every first time, and this occurs for you and for your students, if you have not used Go React or your students have not completed Go React in their class, this is going to be the first thing that they see. Before they continue, they're going to need to click on, yes, I am 13 years old, right? And I consent to upload the terms, etc. And then you, as the instructor, you're just simply going to choose what do you use it for. If it is not anything in here, what is the closest that you're going to use it? It could just be, for interviewing. This is internal data that Go React uses just to see how their tool is, is being used. So I'm just going to put this, I'm going to put it under, professional development. I have, all my name is here that is coming from Canvas. And then I'm going to click on where it says next. After I do this, then I'm going to actually create the new assignment. So although you will notice that we are still in Canvas under the assignment section, also if you take a look at the breadcrumb on top, it shows you that we are in the intro video for students in the assignment section, but that doesn't mean that you've created the actual assignment, right? Sometimes you will just simply create the link to an assignment, but you still have to create the assignment inside of Go React. Otherwise, when students click on the link in the course, they're going to be taken to a place that says there's nothing for you to do. Within Go React, we have 3 different types of assignments. We have the standard one, which is, students are just going to record their videos. You can have different cameras, etc. Then you're going to have a stimulus, and this is, for example, if you're in theater, if you are doing sign language, if you're using it for, let's assume, a language course in which you are going to say something in a particular language and you want your students to upload their video responding to that, etc. That's what it would be. If this was a sign language class and you were telling your students, to watch your video, of you signing, and then for them to upload a response video, signing and response, that's what it would be. If you just simply want students to analyze a pre-recorded video,
with regards to timestamp comments, markets, and rubrics, you can do that. That means that students are not going to upload any videos. They're just simply going to be creating comments or reactions to a video that you already upload. In this case, I'm just simply going to select standard. You also see that there is a copy of previous assignment. If you have used Go React in other courses, they will appear there. So if I had it on this particular supervised field, it'll show me other Go Reacts in which I'm teaching. So if this was, one section of one course and you created everything here, you don't have to recreate it in the new course that you're doing. You simply can just go over to the particular course in which you have created your Go React assignments and then just bring it from there. So I'm just going to just simply go back here. I'm not going to choose anything because I don't have any other courses. Click on next. It tells me, okay, so this is the intro video for students. Right now is standard. Recording and feedback. If it's private, that means that only you and the presenter are able to see it. If you're doing it for closed for peer review, only students that are being given access to it will have access to give the review, or if it's just open peer review. Because this is an intro video for the students at the beginning of your class, we would most likely just choose open peer review. That way, everybody gets to see everybody's introductions, and they're able to actually go ahead and put their comments and feedback, etc. Some of these other settings, we talk about it in the Go React training, that we provide. Obviously, if it is a group recording, you would choose group recording. If this is a live review, meaning that let's assume that you're wanting students to log in during a face-to-face class, almost kind of like having a live YouTube or FaceTime, sort of call, and they'll be able to doing it live. If this is going to be a test and you only want students to do it one single time, then go ahead and you select a single recording attempt, rather than if you don't select this one, students can record, watch themselves and say, I don't like it, and then do it again. You can also say this is a time limit. And so there will be a time displayed. If I select this, the student must, if you say, okay, 15 minutes, right, which will be too much. Students will actually have to, that's the time that students will have to do the recording for. And then if you want your students to upload, for example, the PDF or PowerPoint, convert it into presenter slides or PDF, you can select there. We can then talk about all of these different things with regards to the markers, student rubrics, and students' attachments. If you want your students to, if you want to model to your students what a good interview would be, then you actually can record your instructions. You click on recording instructions, and then you will leave students a video that they can see when when the student comes in to do. And if you want students, or you want to model students' feedback, for example, you would then upload instructions to let the students know this is what I'm looking for with regards to feedback, not just simply like, oh, I really like the shirt you're wearing, or oh, that was very good what you just said, etc. Again, this short tutorial is just simply to show you how to add Go React into Canvas. If you're interested in more information about Go React, please contact our department. I'm going to now click, once I know that it's a standard, open peer review, it's got the points, etc. I'm going to click on done. And then it's going to take me to the Go React page. As an instructor, you are going to see ungraded and graded. It's telling you that it's standard. It's telling you that it is an open peer review. If there were any instructions, when you click on it, the instructions will display here. If it was a video of you explaining, the video will display it here. If it's text, the text will display there. The students, when they click on the Go React, and I'll show you in just a second, will not see ungraded or graded. This is for you. Anytime that a student video comes in, it'll show in this list. You watch the video, And then once you grade it, it'll move to the graded. To do the video, you simply just start the assignment. You give the title. The presenter is already selected here. I'm going to say Dr. Mo Intro. I'm going to click on continue. And then I'm going to be able to record. Either I record the video or I upload a video that I have already been created. I can link to a YouTube video, or I can link to Zoom. Because I am currently in Zoom, if I were to continue to record, I may have difficulties with the camera. So I'm just going to simply click on cancel, but the video will be available here. Now, when you come back to the assignments, you will notice that there is now an intro video from students, right? I want to put it into the actual course. I'm going to go into the modules. And if you already watched our previous recording on how to add content, then that'll be fantastic. If not, this will be a very quick review. So I'm going to go over to week 4. And then to add a content, I'm going to click on this plus sign. The first thing that it pops up is going to be assignments. And so the different things that you get to add: assignment quizzes, files, a page, discussions, a text header, external or external tool. Right now we are in assignments, and then you will notice my intro video, for students assignment. It's right here. I'm going to click on add an item. And now it is located right at the bottom. It is not yet published. That's why you don't see the green. So when I am ready to publish this for students to have access to, I'm simply going to click on that publish button, which means that now students click here and they will be able to enter into Go React, which is the page that you just see here. I'm going to quickly come over to my home page. I'm going to enter student view. This is what the students will see. I'm going to go over to the modules and scroll down. And if that module was available, I will be able to see it here. It looks like it's not available. I did not make it available. It's perfect. It's no problem. I'm going to leave my student view. Make sure that my week 5 and my week 4 is published. Now that is published, let's test it again. Student view. There is now my week 4 intro video for students. And this is what it would be. Because I'm entering with my test student, it's going to ask me for an account verification, which I don't want to do right now. But once I do this, the students won't have to do it. They would have their first name and their last name along with their email. They will just click on done, and then they will continue to do their assignment. And that is how to use Go React into Canvas. I hope you found this tutorial helpful.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Brooks, instructional designer here at CSUSB, and the topic of this quick tips video is the Canvas Gradebook. In this video, we will cover how to use the Canvas Gradebook to manage, organize, and release grades to the students in your course. The first thing I want to talk about is how to access the gradebook and speed grader areas in Canvas. The gradebook is accessible from your left-hand course navigation menu by selecting Grades. Remember, this is where your students can see the entire gradebook as well, but it will only display their individual grade information rather than the entire roster. The speed grader can be accessed from the full gradebook area in Canvas, but you can also access the speed grader directly from an assignment. If you go to the assignment sections of your course and click on the specific assignment, you can access the speed grader in the top right-hand corner. The final way to access the speed grader is from the course homepage. On the right-hand side, there's a to-do list. Note that the to-do panel will only populate if there's something that needs grading. Before we dive into the details of the Canvas gradebook and the grades section, I want to touch upon another area of the course that plays a huge role in setting up our gradebook, and I just briefly mentioned it. That's the assignments section. The assignments section shows us all the assignments that exist in the course, and each assignment listed here will already have a column created in our gradebook. I would recommend when working in your courses to build your course structure and set up these assignments before entering the grades section. We will go over more organizational options from the gradebook, but the order of the assignments on this page will also match the order of the columns in your grade center. So you can use this to set up the basic organization and structure. From this section, we can also create assignment groups, which function like categories and allow us to set up weighted totals rather than raw point totals in our gradebook. For example, in my sandbox course here, I've set up 3 different assignment groups: in-class submissions, digital submissions, and tests. Now that I've set up these assignments and organized them into the groups that I want them, I can use the vertical ellipses in the top right-hand corner to set the assigned group weights. If I check the box to weight final grade based on assignment groups, you see I get the option to add a percentage value for each of the assignment groups that I've created. You can also set up Canvas to automatically ignore either the highest or the lowest assignment from each assignment group, as well as mark a specific assignment as undroppable or mandatory for the scoring. These assignment groups are a great way to organize your assignment. It's important to note, however, that for each of these assignment groups, Canvas will create a totals column in your gradebook. The last thing I want to touch upon while we're on this assignments area is the creation of manual columns. If there are grades you would like to add manually, meaning without the requirement for any digital submission through Canvas, we'll still need to set that column up from this assignment section. When creating a manual column, we'll need to add an assignment, and under the submission type, select No Submission. This will ensure that we have a column that we can manually manipulate in our Canvas gradebook. Now, let's talk about the speed grader. Remember, you can access the speed grader area of Canvas from the home page to-do list, directly from an assignment, or from the grades area or the gradebook. I'm going to go through the course homepage since that's where I'm at right now, and there's an essay assignment over here that needs grading. So once I'm into the speed grader menu, starting across the top of the screen, you can see the first button here. This will take us back to the full gradebook in Canvas. The eye controls the grade visibility and allows us to hide all grades or post grades if that's not set up automatically in your course. The final button here is the settings button that allows you to see keyboard shortcuts, help, as well as some basic options for the speed grader. The most helpful one that I've found is sorting students by submission status. This allows for easier movement through the assignments that need grading. Over on the right-hand side, we can see some basic information on the assignment, including the class average, and I can use these arrows either left and right, as well as the drop-down menu to navigate to another student. Moving down, we see the grading panel. From this section, we can see multiple attempts, if that's allowed from the student, as well as assign a grade. If we were using a rubric, here I'd be able to select those rubric boxes, and those would automatically populate the student grade. And below, we have the option for student feedback. Note that there is the option for text as well as file attachment, video clip, and audio clip for our feedback options to students. Before moving to a few other types of assignments, if we use the drop-down box I mentioned earlier to look at the student submissions and select the third submission here from our student, we can see Canvas will alert us with this message if it is not the most recent submission. We can also see here that my student has submitted a PDF, and I can download or delete these original files. If the file submitted by the student is a compatible file, we will gain access to the document viewer and additional feedback and support. Inside this document viewer, the first option here is another download option, maybe a little safer option because there's no delete right next to it. And as we move to the right, we have some navigation and viewing options. So if your students are submitting larger documents like this one, you can quickly navigate to specific pages, zoom, as well as full screen. The final options on the right-hand side here are our feedback and editing options. I've highlighted them down here. You see we have the option to highlight and strike through, as well as leave comments explaining those specific edits. You can leave direct text feedback in a box and leave pointed annotations. Please note that this will only be available if the students have submitted this assignment as an attached file and that attached file is compatible. You can see in the options where it is simply text entry, we do not have access to the document editor or feedback options. The last thing I want to touch on here with the speed grader is when grading discussion boards. If we access and pull up one of our discussion board assignments here, in this discussion board, I've required the students to post an initial response as well as a reply to one of their peers. And from this speed grader view, I can see the initial response as well as those replies. If I need more context, I can always use the View Full Discussion button here to read everything that is being said. Just like with the essay assignment, I can provide feedback and a final grade. The final area we're going to talk about is the grades section, or the Canvas course gradebook. This is the default view for the Canvas gradebook, and here we can see all of the students enrolled, as well as all of the assignments that we've already created in the assignment section. It's worth noting that Canvas provides this test student to function as a student preview for faculty testing, and this student will always populate at the bottom of the list. At the top of each column, you can access a menu. The student name menu here allows us to change the sort criteria, edit the display of the student name, attach a secondary identifier to that student name, or filter any inactive or concluded enrollments. As I mentioned earlier, the order of these assignment columns is the exact same order that I've set up in the assignment sections of the course. However, if I wanted to adjust the order of any of these columns, I can not only change the size by simply dragging it that way, but I can move the order by dragging and dropping them anywhere on the list. The changes you make here will not change the order of the assignments in the assignment section of the course. It'll just be viewed here in the gradebook section. At the end of my gradebook, I have the total columns that I mentioned for each of the assignment groups, the in-class submissions, digital submissions, and tests, as well as a total column for the course that is displayed in raw points. Just like the student name, each assignment column has a menu at the top. From this menu, we can adjust how the column is sorted. We can access the speed grader. We can send targeted messages to specific students based on their status for this assignment, assigning certain grades, things like that. Or we can adjust any of the grading policies and settings for this specific assignment. Along the top of the gradebook, we have a few options that we can use to change the view of our gradebook. This first option here allows us to leave this full gradebook view and enter either the individual or the gradebook history. The individual view is going to show us only one student grade and potentially only one student assignment. This is a great option to use when doing office hours and reviewing grades with students, to not allow them to see the entire course roster information, but only the information that is important to them. The gradebook history is a detailed of any grade change that's been made and can serve as record keeping in case anything happens with technology. You can also use this to search for a specific student if there's a dispute over a grade. Going back to our full gradebook view, the View menu allows you to filter the view of the columns in this gradebook view. You can change the arrangement of the columns or filter them by modules or assignment groups. You can also choose to view the unpublished assignments in your Canvas course. The Actions menu allows for any import-export of the Canvas gradebook. The final options in our gradebook on the right are more filter options that allow for us to view assignments from specific modules or search for a specific student. And the final button over here is a Settings button that allows us to adjust the options for late policies, whether grades are posted automatically or manually, and whether we have the ability to override that final or total grade column. Back in our full gradebook, you can click on any column and cell and enter a grade directly, or use the arrow icon to the right here to open the grading side panel. And this panel gives us access to the speed grader, as well as the ability to leave a grade and feedback in basic text form.
With academic technologies and innovation. Today, I would like to share 6 tips for organizing your course in Canvas. Tip number 1. The most important tip I can give you about course organization is to make sure that it is clear, consistent, and communicated. A clearly organized course has all of the required instructional content, assignments, discussions, etc. that students will need to do their work. It also has instructor contact information, syllabus information, and ways for students to get help. Course content is also structured in an easy-to-follow and intuitive manner. Students can easily navigate to the information that they need. Modules and pages are clearly labeled so students know how everything fits together. In addition to being clear, course organization should be consistent. Whichever way you choose to organize your course in Canvas, make sure you follow a clear pattern. The easier it is for students to find information, the fewer questions you will need to field. Finally, course organization should be communicated to your students. This can be done through a course navigation video, information in the syllabus, an infographic, information on the course homepage, which I will talk about a little bit later, or a combination of these. The more you can help students familiarize themselves with your course organization, the more at ease they will be both navigating through Canvas and in your course in general. The organization in Canvas helps to set the tone for your class in whatever modality you might be teaching. Tip number 2, customize the course navigation menu. The Canvas course navigation menu assists in course organization. To customize the course navigation, start by clicking on Settings at the bottom of the screen and clicking the third tab option titled Navigation. Here, there are 2 sets of lists. The first list contains the items accessible by students. The second list, located below the first, contains items hidden from student view. To hide items on the course navigation menu, users may click and drag an item's title from the first list and drop it into the second hidden items list. Users may then enable material by clicking and dragging from the bottom list to the top list. Another method to hide items on the course navigation is to click the 3 vertical ellipses next to an item's title and select Disable. Finally, once finished moving navigation items, scroll down to the bottom of the screen and click Save. The course navigation will update to the preferred layout. Items that are not visible to students will have an I with the slash through it indicating invisibility. Links without any course content will also remain hidden from students until content has been made available, such as announcements or modules if there is no content there. To preview the course as a student, go to your home page and select Student View. This will add a purple border and show the course in a student role. Tip number 3, create and use a front or home page. As mentioned in tip number 1, a course homepage or front page in Canvas terms is one way to help students become familiar with the course. Your course might already have a front page. You can either edit the existing page, or you can create a new page and have it be your course front page. Let me show you how. To create a Canvas front page or home page, log into your Canvas course and select Pages from the course navigation menu. Select View All Pages, and then select the plus page or add page button. Give the page a title, and then insert any content that you wish to have on the page. So course content could include a welcome header, it can include an image, it can include any information that you wish to give students. Then select Save and Publish, and then select View All Pages. Once you are on the page index, find the page that you just created, select it to highlight it, and then to the very right of that page link, you will find standing ellipses or 3 vertical dots. Select those 3 vertical dots and select Use as Front Page. Once you have made that selection, you will see the bar underneath the page title as Front Page. Once you have selected a front page, select the home link in the course navigation menu. Then you will be taken to the home screen of your Canvas course. Once you are on your Canvas home screen, you will need to select the Choose Home Page button, which is on the right-hand side of the screen. You will find it underneath the Student View icon. Go directly below that. It'll be the third bar or third button on the menu underneath there. So choose Home Page. Then a menu will pop up, and you can select what you'd like to display on the home page. Select Pages Front Page, make sure that you have the right page selected, and then select Save. And then the course will update to show the front page as you have selected. Tip number 4, use the Canvas syllabus page. The Canvas syllabus page is a built-in storage space for your syllabus. You can find it by logging into your Canvas course and selecting Syllabus from the course navigation menu. You can edit the course syllabus page by selecting Edit, and then you can upload documents, you can add images, you can add any information that you want about the syllabus. You can also cut and paste the full text of your syllabus into that box as well. Once you have made those changes, select Update Syllabus. You also have the option to show a course summary. A course summary in instructor view will show all of the assignments in the course. Also with due dates if due dates have been assigned. You can elect to not show the course summary and then update syllabus, and the course summary will not be visible. The course summary is helpful for students to keep track of due dates. Along with the calendar in Canvas, it is useful for both you and students to keep track of things. In student view, students will only see the assignments that have been published. They will also see any due dates that are available to them. So this is the course syllabus page. This is another place you can have course syllabus information in addition to perhaps a getting started module. It is also helpful because it is automatically in the course navigation. So students are likely to click on it here in addition to wherever else you may put it in the course. Tip number 5, use Canvas modules. Modules are the primary organizational tool in Canvas and can be set up in different ways. There are 3 main ways to organize Canvas modules. First is chronological or reverse chronological order. Organizing by weeks is a common practice. If you use the chronological method, I highly recommend including specific dates in module titles, such as Week 1, Course Introduction, parenthesis, August 23 to 30, parenthesis. Second, topic or unit organization. Organizing by topic is another way to structure your Canvas course. For example, a history course studying the Civil War could have separate modules for, try that again. Topic or unit organization. Organizing by topic is another way to structure your Canvas course. For example, a history course studying the Civil War could have separate modules for different periods in the war or for important battles. A calculus class could have separate modules for limits versus derivatives or for separate book chapters. If you use the topic or unit organizational structure, I would still recommend giving the date range for that particular topic if possible. Third is content order. Organizing by content means that instead of weekly or topical modules, modules are labeled by what they contain: assignments, quizzes and exams, readings, etc. This type of structure may be more useful for face-to-face courses where Canvas is used as more of a repository and assignment submission space. Ultimately, course organization is up to you, as long as it is clear, consistent, and communicated to your students. That is what matters. Tip number 6, contact the ATI instructional design team. An instructional designer can help you with course organization and a variety of other course design related topics. To contact ATI, you can call us at 909-537-7439, send an email to atidesigners@csusb.edu, or make an appointment online on the CSUSB ATI website. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining me. My name is Christine Fundell. I am the Accessible Technology Coordinator for Campus. I am a member of the Accessible Technology Services team. Our team is part of the Academic Technologies and Innovation Department, which is a part of the ITS division. The Accessible Technology Services team is responsible for ensuring that we are creating an accessible digital environment for students, faculty, and staff with disabilities. Specifically, the areas we look at are web accessibility, the procurement of information and communication technologies, and the accessibility of instructional materials. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about some of that accessibility for instructional materials, some tips and tricks, things that you can use, and look at the framework that we build our work on in the accessibility space here on campus. So to start, I'd like to talk a little bit about Universal Design for Learning. Universal Design for Learning is an educational framework, and what it does is it recognizes that everyone comes from different backgrounds, religions, families of origin, socioeconomic status, political opinions. Everybody has different experiences and perspectives, and therefore they learn differently. They see the world differently. They're going to interact with your materials differently. The best thing to think about when it comes to UDL is to think of what your end goal is, what you want the students to come away with at the end of your course, and then figure out how to get everyone there, knowing that they have all of these different backgrounds, experiences, and so on. So what Universal Design for Learning does is considers the needs of all these different types of learning when you are both creating your course and delivering the instruction. So here are the tenets for it. How will learners engage with the lesson? So this is engagement. Why should they care? Why should they be motivated? Why should they put in effort? What kind of effort are they going to put in? How is the information represented? So this is the representation aspect of UDL. This is the what of the learning. This is what you want them to learn. And when you are considering what you want them to learn, can they perceive the information? Are they able to access it if they use assistive technology? Are they able to understand the information? Is it written in a clear and concise way so that people who may have learning disabilities or people who are English language learners are able to understand the content? And then how will learners express themselves? This is action and expression, and this is the how of Universal Design for Learning. This is how they are going to tell you and show you, demonstrate that they have learned what you want them to learn. So how do we do this? There's a lot of different ways you can go about using UDL in your course, and obviously not all of them are going to work in every circumstance. You're not always going to be able to pull in every tenet of UDL and every aspect of your course. But there are a few different things that you can do and think about to see if you can work them in. First is when you're providing information, can you provide it in multiple ways? Can you provide readings for the students, but also provide supplementary videos? Can you have them do activities to help bolster their understanding of these concepts? Providing the information in multiple ways really allows them to comprehend it in a way that works best for them. So by providing a variety, you're just making sure that you'll be able to reach your learners. You're including a diversity of perspectives. So if you are tackling a subject and there's different people experience it in different ways and they had shared those experiences, ensure that you are including that diversity of perspectives. Or if you have different voices that you can bring in on a topic, different people from different backgrounds talking about or educating students on the same subject. Flexibility and assignment choices. So can the student show you what they've learned in a variety of ways? Does everybody have to write a paper, or can they write a paper or do a poster presentation or do a video or do a comic book or do whatever it is that you think could fit in and be an appropriate way for them to demonstrate what they've learned? Information that is presented visually is also explained verbally. So if you are showing something on a screen, on Zoom, or in the classroom, you are explaining what is happening in that image or graphic so that everybody, whether they are able to see it or not, knows what's going on in whatever it is that you're trying to show them. Same with the next one, information in graphs and charts is explained in text. So if this is in the LMS and it's written content and you have a beautiful graph that is describing some sort of phenomenon, that you're also writing out the summary of what that graph is showing. And then videos are captioned and transcripts are provided for audio. Video captioning, most students prefer videos that are captioned, and they will use them if they are captioned more often than not. 80% of the time, students prefer captioned videos. They like them to study with. They like them if they are in noisy environments, quiet environments, if they're deaf or hard of hearing. all sorts of different reasons that students like videos to be captioned and for transcripts for things like podcasts. So that is a big one, something you can get a lot of bang for your buck on as far as serving as many students as possible. So on the screen, I have a graphic of a triangle, and the triangle is broken into 4 smaller triangles. The top one says usable, and on the left it reads accessible, on the right it reads inclusive, and the middle triangle reads universal design. I really like this illustration because it shows how these different aspects of course design really join together to create a larger concept of UDL. And if you remember that you're trying to keep your course accessible, usable by all of your students, and inclusive of all of your students, you've gone a long way toward achieving UDL. Employing these universal design principles in planning and developing courses from the very beginning creates an accessible environment, which minimizes the need to alter it later for individuals with accommodations. So let's talk a little bit more about that. Accessibility versus accommodation. They are 2 sides of the same coin, but they stem from different places. So accommodations are reactive. If you get an accommodation letter from Services to Students with Disabilities, they are letting you know that there is one student in your course for this semester who has this specific need, and these are the things that need to be done to ensure that that student's needs are met so they can participate in your course. Accommodations will always be necessary. No matter what we do for accessibility, there will be exceptions here and there for people who may need something different than what we've done to make our courses accessible. So accommodations are great for the students that need them, but they are reactive. So you are going and you are band-aiding a course to try and accommodate a student, whereas accessibility is more proactive. It's a proactive approach that knows that you have different students with different varied needs in your course. So accessibility will account for students who not only are registered with SSD, who have not only gone through that pretty intense process of ensuring that they are documented, that they have provided everything that's needed to receive those accommodations, but also those who choose not to document with the university that they have a disability or are unable to provide the appropriate level of documentation for whatever reason. For those who choose not to disclose because they don't think it's anybody's business and they would rather get through it themselves. And for those people who may not be aware that what they are experiencing could qualify for accommodations for services through the university. They're not aware that the issues that they're having could be related to a disability that would qualify for services. So accessibility is having thoughtful inclusion of all of these different students in your course, understanding that just because you don't have a student with a designated accommodation doesn't mean you shouldn't consider the accessibility of the materials in your course. Accessibility, again, ties back into UDL, where it knows, it has you think about different learning styles, different preferences, constraints on your students, knowing that they are whole people. They are not just students. They have a lot of different things going on. And so by building courses accessibly, we are promoting the usability for a variety of students. A good example of this, again, would be captions. So if you have your content captioned for a student who is deaf or hard of hearing, you have done those measures, you have taken those measures for accessibility for the student, but you are also helping all sorts of other students. And that is where UDL really intersects with the idea of accessibility. So the first thing that I would really encourage you to do is to add inclusive syllabus language to your syllabus. What this does is it opens the door to communication. It sets the table for your students to know that it is okay to talk to you about any challenges, any barriers that they may be experiencing when accessing your content. You can either include it as part of a broader DEI statement, or you can tack it on to the SSD statement that is required to be on your syllabus already. That is the generic, if you are in need of an accommodation for a disability, contact SSD, that policy language. So this inclusive syllabus language can really just enhance the conversations that you can have with your students and really build that trust with them. I have an example. CSUSB is committed to creating an inclusive learning environment. If you experience any barriers to learning in this course, please discuss your concerns with me. Obviously, you can adapt this to whatever you feel is appropriate for you and your students, whatever you're comfortable with. But I would really encourage you to add this language because I really think it sends the right message and sets the right tone for you to really get that interaction with your students. So not only can you help that student, but you can enhance your materials or supplement them in a way that would be meaningful for other students as well. So if you're thinking to yourself, well, this is all really great, but I have no idea how to do this, how to get started, how to even gauge the accessibility of my content, that's okay. So to get started, there are two paths that I recommend. The first is if you are creating new content, if you have your course set up and ready to go, but then you think, oh, I'd really like to add a document to my course, something that I just thought of, I'm gonna put it together really quickly. So when you create that new document, make it accessible. So start with creating new accessible documents as you go, build up on that. The next thing would be to check for pre-existing caption multimedia. What I mean by that is you can go into YouTube, you can search for videos that already have captions, and all the heavy lifting will be done. When you are choosing library, journal articles, things like that, use different file formats. So if the article is available in a PDF and an HTML version, then include the link to both of them in your course. If you're adding images in Canvas or in Blackboard or in a document or a PowerPoint, add the alternative text to those images as you go. So as you create an image, just add the alt text then and there so that it's done. And then if you are creating PDFs and you have just created a lovely accessible document, and then you go to convert it to PDF, make sure that you are saving it as PDF. You are not printing it to PDF. If you print to PDF, it will lose all of that beautiful accessibility work you just put into it. The other path to remediation, so if you're not creating any new content, but you know that you've got some accessibility issues with some of the content in your course, start with the worst of the worst. So if you have a PDF that's scanned, it's sideways, it's underlined, it's highlighted, it has notes in the margins, it's a big mess, see if you can find different copies of that text or an alternate article or chapter or whatever it is, because those scanned PDFs are very difficult to make accessible. They are a usability nightmare for any student who's trying to read them. So that would be a really great way to go through and say, you know what, I know that this PDF is not good. I'm going to find something else, or I'm going to find a better copy of this and replace those. So either start with your new content or get rid of the really, really nasty PDFs that you have lurking about in your course. So when you're creating new content, there are some universal accessibility rules for text. These are true whether you are generating your content in Word, PowerPoint, Canvas, wherever you are generating your content. These are the things that you can do to make sure that your course has accessibility incorporated in the text. The first is to use headings to create logical structure. So you want to make sure that you have heading 1, which is your most important item, and then any subpoints are heading 2s, any subpoints of those are heading 3s. And you can do these in the styles in Microsoft Word. You can use them, you can create them in Canvas as well, or Blackboard, or pretty much anywhere you can generate headings. Don't fake headings. Don't just make the text bigger and bolder to generate headings, because people who use assistive technology won't know that they're headings. People who do use assistive technology tend to use headings to navigate documents. It's really important that you use proper headings so that structure is built in and they're able to navigate through your document. Use bulleted or numbered lists. So if you're creating lists in your course, just make sure that you are choosing bullets for an unordered list or numbers for an ordered list so that it's a proper list, so it's marked up properly in the metadata so that it will be read as a list by assistive technology. Use readable fonts. This one is pretty straightforward. I don't have a font recommendation per se. Just make sure that it is something that has a decent font size and that it's easy to read. It's not scrawly, it's not too small, it's just there, easy to read. Use sufficient color contrast. There are rules about color contrast, but in general, as long as your foreground and your background are very clearly distinguished, you should be okay. But just be mindful of color contrast. Ensure your links work. Broken links are bad for everybody, and that your URLs are masked. So if you have a big, long link to a journal article or something like that, hide that link within the text, maybe the name, the title of that article, and then make that be your hyperlink so the big, long, exposed URL isn't there. That can be very confusing for people with some learning disabilities, and it's also really bad for people who use assistive technology as well. It also makes your page look neater and nicer, so it's more usable for most people. Don't use color alone to convey meaning. So what this means is if green is good and red is bad, that's fine. You can say green is good and red is bad, but you need to add a backup method so that if somebody can't perceive the color, that they know. So red with an asterisk is bad, for instance, and green with a check mark is good. So you have that backup modality so that people who can't perceive the color know which one's which. Add text descriptions for informational images. So if you have a lot of information in an image, you need to write it out, like I said before, in the body somewhere. And if you have text in an image, and the image says, for instance, CSUSB, and it's the logo, in your alternative text, you need to put whatever text is in the image in the alt attribute. And the last one's pretty easy. Use accessibility checkers. So everything has an accessibility checker these days. There's one in Canvas. It's the little universal accessibility symbol within the WYSIWYG when you're creating your content. There is one in Adobe DC that is under accessibility, which you can find under the tools, and then accessibility check. And then they abound in Word and all Office products, Google products, whatever you're using to generate your content. To find the accessibility checker in Word, you can go to the Review tab and then choose Check Accessibility. It's the same in PowerPoint as well. If you have a PDF in Adobe and you are really intimidated because PDFs can be really difficult to remediate, you can use the Make Accessible option in Adobe DC. This is found under the Action Wizard, under the Tools in Adobe DC. So once you open up your Action Wizard, the very first option in the actions list is Make Accessible. If you select that, it will walk you through step by step things that you can do to make the document accessible. So it will have you add a title, it will have you add the alternate text, it will have you walk through the various steps to ensure that the document is accessible, and then it will check it. The defaults it comes up with are fine, just click Start Checking and it will give you a report. This is not 100% guarantee that all PDFs can be made perfectly accessible, but it is a pretty good first step. So if you want to start somewhere and making your PDFs more accessible, then this is the way to do it. Next, I'm going to talk a little bit about Blackboard Ally. It's called Blackboard Ally because Blackboard owns it, but it is also available in Canvas. So in the Blackboard Ally instructor view, which you've hopefully seen in the LMS, you will get a gauge next to your content and it will let you know how accessible that content is. So if you upload an image and it doesn't have alternate text, you will have a red gauge saying that the content is not accessible. If you click the gauge, you can go through a guided remediation where it will have you add the alt text right then and there. If it is a document, it's not an image, It will tell you what the issues are in the document, where those issues are, and how to fix them. But then you'll either have to find the source document, or you can download a copy, make the changes, and then re-upload it. It will give you a new score once you re-upload it and let you know how you did. What I think is really useful is the Ally course report. The course report is located in Blackboard under Course Tools and then Accessibility Report, or in Canvas under the left-hand navigation, it's just under Accessibility Report. And what that does is it tells you the overall accessibility of all the content in your course. It will give you a score based on how much content you've uploaded and how severe the issues are. You can look at what different types of content have been uploaded into your course, links, PDFs, Word, images, things like that. And then it'll give you a list of what the issues are with the content and how you can fix them. And it will show you how many things have these issues. But the cool thing that it does is it has two different paths to remediation. One is content that's easiest to fix. So if you're looking for your low-hanging fruit, you would go with content with the easiest issues to fix, and then you would press start, and you would get a list of those items. The other option is to fix your low-scoring content. So if you're trying to make the biggest improvements in the course, you would select this option. It will show you the documents or the content types that have the biggest issues, what the issues are, and how to fix them. So I really think this is a useful feature, and it's a quick way to sort of gauge the accessibility of your content, and then to make a plan on how to remediate it. Students get Blackboard Ally in a different way. They do not see your scores. They do not know whether your content is accessible or not, but it's important to note that the accessibility of the content directly affects Ally's ability to generate useful alternate formats. So that's what the student view does, is it allows them to create alternate formats of content. So it's a great UDL tool. So if it is a Word document, but they would rather have it as a tagged PDF because they'd like to use their iPad to mark it up in a Notes app, they can do that by selecting the alternative formats and then downloading the applicable alternate format. Also, Ally is a very useful tool. Students really seem to like it, but it's not going to replace accommodations for students who have an alternate format accommodation. So you still will need to go in and make sure that those documents are fully accessible. You can't just pop anything up into the LMS and then expect Ally to do the heavy lifting of making sure that those alternate formats are sufficient for a student who needs them. The other big thing is students may not know what Ally is or that it even exists, and so letting them know about it is really important, making sure that they're educated so that they know that this option is available to them. Next, briefly about captioning. So for captioning, you want to try and find materials that have already been captioned. So if you're using YouTube videos, you know what you want to talk about, but you don't have a specific video in mind, you can search for videos that have already been captioned. And you can do that by typing in the topic you're interested in, and then selecting filters, and then searching by under features, and selecting subtitles/CC, and that will give you a list of videos that only have a caption file attached to them. So it's a pretty good way to search for caption content. Captions aren't always perfect, but generally they are better than auto-generated captions. And so this is a useful way to ensure that you are providing students with higher quality captions than the auto-generated ones. Next, you can DIY your captions if you're creating your own videos, if you're making short intro videos, things like that. If you upload your script to YouTube, it will time the script and it will create the captions automatically. Or you can let it do its auto-generated magic, and then you can go in and you can edit it for punctuation and grammar and capitalization and things like that. Or if you have something that's longer, or you are unable to caption it, or you're unable to locate an appropriate captioned version in your materials, you can send them to our area for captioning. We have a form that you can use. It is at http CSUSB procurement.formstack.com/forms/CCAR. And that is a form you can fill out. Just tell us a little bit about your video, give us the links, and we will ensure that it gets captioned. And if you're trying to create your own audio transcripts, if you are interested in converting any audio into a transcript written, you can do that in Office 365. You can only do this in the cloud version of Word, but under Dictate, there's an option called Transcribe, and then you can upload audio, or you can start recording and it will transcribe right there on the spot. And it will convert it. And it will convert it into a Word document. Again, it's auto-generated, so it's not perfect, but because it's in Word, it's a lot easier to locate some of those typos and things. You can either have it with timestamps or just plain text transcript of the document. So that's a pretty cool feature. I do want to make sure that you're aware that the Chancellor's Office is sponsoring training for everybody in the CSU. There is an accessible documents course. It's self-paced, it's online, it's a couple hours a week, and you get a certificate at the end. It is a 4-week-long course. It's roughly 8 hours total. There's also a webinar you can do. It is 2 sessions, 2 hours each. You can either use that as a supplement to the documents training, or you can take that separately from the online self-paced version. There is no certificate after the webinar though, but it is still useful information. And then there's also a web accessibility for content editor session that will be offered multiple times throughout the year as well. You can register for the trainings by going to webaim.org/training/virtual/CSUCO-virtual. And there you can sign up and pick which session you want to take. The documents training, the self-paced course, starts the first Monday of every month. And the webinars will be offered every month as well. And the web accessibility training will be offered every quarter. So some of the services that ATS provides to help you along your way is we can provide additional training, more in-depth information on any of the topics we've discussed or other things as well. So if you need more training, we have videos available on our website. We have some handouts, but we'll also work with you one-on-one. We will help you with document remediation if you are struggling with a PDF or any of the document remediation concepts we've covered today. We will help you with captioning and transcription, as I mentioned before. We also have an accessible syllabus template available on our website at csusb.edu/ats/instructional-materials. There's also other good information on that website as well, including a checklist on things that you can make sure that you're doing to create more accessible content. And finally, if you do need more information, you can contact me, Christine Fundell, at cfundell@csusb.edu. You can contact the whole team at accessibility@csusb.edu or our website, our main website at csusb.edu/ATS. Thanks for joining me today. Bye-bye.
Hi there, my name is Ron Friedman. I'm one of your instructional designers here in ATI. In today's video, we're going to look at a couple of different ways on how you can use Google in your Canvas course. Did you know that Google and Canvas have an integration together? That's right, with Google Canvas integration, this makes it easier for you as instructors to include collaborations and content sharing, to include engaging course content and assignment distribution directly within Canvas. The Google Canvas integration also makes it easy for your students to collaborate with you and also with their fellow students on individual or group assignments. Now, just as a refresher, everybody here at CSUSB, both faculty, staff, and students, has a Google Drive account affiliated with your csusb.edu account. From the My Coyote page, click on the Collaborate tile. Here you can see where your Google Drive for faculty and staff is located. So it's a good idea to get into this area of your My Coyote page and organize your Google Drive account. Now let's go see how this works within the Canvas course environment. Now here we have our Canvas course with the navigation panel here on the left-hand side. Before we go any further, let's go ahead and enter the student view so you can see what's available to your students. Now, as you can see here, our Canvas navigation panel consists of home, announcements, syllabus, modules, discussions, grades, and Zoom. Google Drive is integrated with Canvas, but if you don't see it on your navigation panel within Student View, be sure to go ahead and enable it from your settings menu. Let's do that now. From Instructor View, click on the Settings. From your Settings page, find the tab entitled Navigation. Now within this navigation area, you'll see two distinct areas. The upper area is everything that's enabled in your Canvas course. This lower area is everything that's available, but currently disabled. From this list, find Google Drive. Click the three dots in the right-hand side of the rectangle, and then click Enable. After that, click Save. Now let's go back to the home page and enter Student View. Now you can see that you've enabled Google Drive, and it exists in your Canvas course navigation menu. So what does this Google Drive link do? Well, since it's integrated with Canvas, when you click on your Google Drive from your instructor account, you can see that it automatically links up with your csusb.edu Google Drive account. Now, it's okay if you have several different Gmail accounts or other Google Drive accounts associated with other Gmail addresses, but for the purposes of your Canvas courses, it's highly recommended to use your CSUSB affiliated Google Drive account. And that's normally going to be set up as your Coyote ID at csusb.edu. Now in this view, you can see that I have several folders: assignments, documents, and articles, evaluations, and so forth. These are my own custom Google Drive folders. But thinking at it from your instructor account, this gives you a great opportunity to organize your Google Drive. Below here, you can see all of the recent files. And being Google Drive, this consists of all of the different types of Google apps. So that means we have Google Documents, we have Google Slides, Google associated files like PDFs, images, and many more. So what if you wanted to add one of these Google Apps file types into a Canvas module? Here's how we do it. Let's go to the modules index first. From within the modules index, you can add anything from your Google Drive by going into a particular module and clicking the Add Item button. When you get into the Add Item menu, select External Tool. The External Tool will list all of the associated Canvas tools. Much of this is standard for all of us at CSUSB, but keep in mind this might vary depending on the specific apps you've installed for your course. To add a Google Drive file, click on Google Drive. This is going to allow you to pull in documents from Google Drive directly to Canvas. This next step, you can see, clicking on Google Drive has simply launched my own personal CSUSB Google Drive account. When you find the file that you would like to include in the module, simply click the file and then click Submit. Now Canvas is asking you to confirm that you wanted to add that item. So clicking Add Item, you have just added your Google Drive file to your module. Now let's take a look at how you can incorporate the Google LTI assignments feature in your Canvas course. To do that, let's set this up as an assignment. Going over to the assignments index, you can see that I have several different groups. The reason why I have groups here is because it allows me to organize assignments by assignment type. Here you can see under the group Google Assignments LTI. We don't have any assignments in here yet, so let's go ahead and create one. Click the plus assignment button in the top right-hand corner. From the assignment details page, let's go ahead and give this an assignment name. Google Docs assignment seems to work just fine. From the content editor, you can put instructions or supporting resources. Let's go ahead and specify a 5-point value. Since we've already created assignment groups, let's select Google Assignments from our assignment groups, display grade as points, or anything else you want to under this list. And then in the submission type box, we're going to keep with external tool and then click Find. This is going to bring up the external tools list. From this list, navigate to Google Assignments LTI 1.3. This is going to let you collect, analyze, and grade student work with Google Assignments. When you click on the Google Assignments LTI, you're asked to create and share coursework. Here you can see that this is my CSUSB.edu Google account. If you have another Gmail account or Google Drive account here, you will have the opportunity to click Switch Account and select your CSUSB EDU account. Once you do that, click Continue. Now you're asked to create your Google assignment. The Attach button will launch your Google Drive. So if you've already been able to create, let's say, a Google Doc assignment, as we're doing here, in this case, we have a weekly summary paper, click on the appropriate file that you wish to share with your students and click Add. Now you can see that the file has been added under the Files area of the Google assignment. A new feature in Google is to check plagiarism or originality reports, similar to something like SafeAssign or Turnitin. Now keep in mind that with your standard instructor account, you get up to 5 originality reports. Any more reports will require you to upgrade your membership. And to do that, please contact your administrator or TSC representative. By default, Google gives you 100 total points. Since we specified 5 points in our Canvas details page, let's go ahead and make that match. You can also add a rubric here and a due date. Once you click Create, Google Assignments will process the file, and Canvas is going to ask you to confirm that process here. Click Select and then click Save and Publish. You have just created a Google assignment. Here you can see the instructor view is listing the Google assignment, the file that is attached. And the great part about this is that when your students click on the assignment, they will receive a copy of this file, which they will then be able to edit. Once they edit that file, it will be automatically updated in the Google app and submitted to you for review. So there you have it, a couple of quick and easy ways in how you can use Google with your Canvas environment. As always, make an appointment with one of your instructional designers for further assistance using Google or anything Canvas related.
Hello, my name is Jolie Monklova, and I'm one of your instructional designers here at CSUSB. Today I'll be introducing you to PlayPosit. PlayPosit is an interactive video tool within Canvas that helps you create engagement and allows you to add formative assessments in your online courses. PlayPosit takes a passive watching experience into an interactive learning focused experience where students can learn at their own pace. If there are prompts or questions that were missed, students can go back and review to truly understand the content. Additionally, PlayPosit provides an impactful data on students' performance as they watch. After the lesson, or bulb, which it's also known as, is completed, faculty can access the bulb's database and monitor to see the individual student progress as soon as the individual completes the activity. The data helps you pinpoint any concept students are struggling with, making class mediation a bit easier. The best part is students that are cognizant of the process as every lesson unfolds. PlayPosit is available to all CSUSB faculty members and is integrated into Canvas, allowing you to create, embed, and grade PlayPosit activities. PlayPosit's Grade Center integration allows you to keep all the content in one place. It is simple to use with an intuitive browser interface, allowing you to layer different types of questions to create an interactive video. By adding additional material and creating dynamic interactions, you can provide students multiple options to engage with the content, making them active learners. The initial process might take a little bit of time, so please be patient.
First, you want to navigate to the main campus webpage, which is csusb.edu. On the top navigational bar, you want to locate the My Coyote link. Go ahead and click on that. Because I'm already logged in, you will need to enter your credentials. If you scroll down, we're going to look for the Canvas tile. Go ahead and click on Canvas. It will then take you to the Canvas dashboard, which will show you a list of all of your courses. Go ahead and find the course that you would like to add your PlayPosit assignment to and click on it. I will choose my sandbox. So now that I'm at the home page of my sandbox, before I can add this assignment to the modules page, I will need to first create the assignment. So if you scroll on the left-hand side navigation, scroll and find assignment and click. So we need to create this assignment by going to the top right-hand corner and clicking on the plus assignment blue button. Go ahead and click there. Here's where you can enter all of the details for your assignment. So we want to add this assignment as a PlayPosit test lesson. And if you want to add instructions here, you can ask them to please watch the full video and answer the questions. Okay, all right. If we keep scrolling, you can adjust the points. You can have it at 0 if this is a non-graded assignment, but for right now, we'll keep it at 30. For the assignment group, you can change the category to assignments, or if you would like to add a group, you can add it as PlayPosit assignments. So I'm going to click to add the group. Next is the submission type. By default, it will show online. So you just need to go to the drop-down menu and click on External Tool. Next, you will need to click on the Find button to locate the external tool. So let me open this up. We can scroll down. These are a list of the external tools that you have access to in Canvas. And here we find PlayPosit. Go ahead and click on that. So we have a few options. If you had an existing video lesson by PlayPosit, you can go and set the link. But since this is a brand new lesson, we will need to enter PlayPosit to create it. So I will just open up the window here, center this. And to start creating your very first lesson, you're going to go to Add New Bulb on the top left-hand side. And these are the variety of options that you have to upload your media. You can use your Zoom account by CSUSB, which will give you access to all of your class recordings, lecture recordings. You can add anything from there.
Vimeo, you can look into YouTube videos, you can upload MP3, you can upload an existing PlayPosit video, input a URL, you can record your own video, or upload your media from your computer. So today I'll be uploading a few videos from YouTube. So here it gives me an option to search YouTube, and I'm going to look for TED Talks, focusing on the brain. All right, then I'm going to click on the magnifying glass to search. Now, a variety of videos will populate. I'm going to choose the first video. If you selected the wrong video, on the left-hand side, you do have an option to go back and change your videos. I'm going to select Chris Bailey's video, and I'd like to customize it. So before we add interactions, you get a chance to customize your video. If this was your own YouTube video, you can upload any caption files that you have, but for right now, we are just going to go to trim and crop. And one of the nice things about PlayPosit is that you have the ability to stack videos into one lesson. So if there was one video that did not cover all the concepts that you need to cover in that particular lesson, you can add multiple videos within that PlayPosit assignment. So here, you're going to want to look at the timeline, and I'm just going to take the first 5 minutes of this video, and then I'm going to click Done. Next, I want to add a couple more videos just to stack this lesson. I'm going to go back to YouTube, search YouTube, TED Talks for the same subject, click search, and I'm going to select this video. I'm going to scroll down and customize it as well because I do not need the whole duration of this video. So I'm going to go into trim and crop and say that I just want the middle portion, maybe 2 minutes of this video. So I'm going to select done, and then I'm going to add just one more video. All right. So now we can go and customize this as well because in the end, I just want the last 3 minutes of this video. All right, so now that I have my full lesson of all these videos loaded, I can, so as you can see, 1, 2, 3. All right, so let's scroll down, and now I'm going to apply my interactions. So for this first video, I want to add an interaction here, and you can take a look at the type of interactions that you do have within PlayPosit. So for questions, you have the ability to ask a multiple choice question, a free response question, you can do a polling, you can do a check all, fill in the blank discussions. For the annotation portion, you can do a reflective pause if you want your students to really try to understand what they are looking at in this video, and just have them take a moment to understand the concepts. You can also add a web embed. If you had multiple PlayPosit videos, you can add interactions under a template. So you can set a number of videos under PlayPosit with the same type of interactions. So right now I'm just going to do a polling. And here we would ask something to the degree of, do you agree with the presenter on how time or duration affects learning? All right. We're just going to add yes or no. You can even customize these types of interactions. So you can add the question or the poll to the top left side, bottom left side, the bottom right side, the whole bottom. So I would like to go on the whole bottom. So we're going to click done. Now we're going to go add just a few more interactions so you get the hang of it. So we're going to add an interaction right here. And this time we can do a reflective pause. And this question could be, how do you feel about the types of brain stimulations that you receive on a daily basis? Okay, all right. Same thing, we're going to go to customize it. And this time I'm going to put it just on the left-hand side. We're going to click done. Let's just add one more interaction at the tail end. And this could be a check all. So we're going to select check all. We're going to select all of these for the check all, customize it, and we'll put it on the right hand side. And now we're going to select done. All right, so now that we have our interactions, now we can go to review it. And then here with this play pause it activity, you can even add your learning objective that aligns with for your course. You can go in and select any keywords. You can put tech talks. You can put the brain, however you would like to tag this video. Then you can go back into playback options. So this will give you an opportunity to allow your students to watch it, go back possibly if that's what you would like. If you're using it more as an assessment and they only have one time to do this activity, then I would not allow learners to rewind after the interaction appears. You can also, I don't suggest you allow learners to skip interactions or to fast forward. You want to make sure that they're really understanding and watching the content that you've provided. So you can look at all these playback options and choose whatever you would like. You also have an option for privacy. Do you want this bulb to be public for everybody to view it? Do you want it to be only visible for your institution, or do you want to keep it private and just keep it in your course? So choose whichever you'd like as well for privacy and save the changes. All right, it's kind of repetitive, so you're going to have to save again. So we're going to return back to the PlayPosit main page. So as you can see here, I have tags here, TED Talk and the brain. This is the lesson that I just created. And you're going to want to move over to the actions column and select the 3 vertical ellipses on the lesson that we want to add. And we're going to set bulb link. And I suggest you select self-pace and then click link. All right, now we can move on and select. So submission attempts, again, it just depends on the type of activity you are giving your students. Do they have unlimited chances, or do you want to limit it to just one? Because maybe you are just testing them and this is an assessment assignment. So you can scroll down and then click Save and Publish. So now what you're viewing is the instructor view of your PlayPosit assignment. You can go into Preview the assignment. And here you can see if I play on the video, you can see the timeline with the interactions in place. So if you scroll to where that interaction is, it should pop up on the screen very soon.
The research around this particular area is fascinating. It turns out that when we do work in front of a computer, especially when our phone is nearby,
There is our
we
polling
focus on one
question.
thing for just 40 seconds before we switch to doing something else.
And next, we will have our second interaction.
This experiment, there are two flickering squares. One of them flickering in slower rate than the other one. Depending on which of these flickers you're paying attention to, certain parts of your brain will start resonating.
Which I believe is a check all.
That's not surprising given how complicated the human brain is. But I also think we can consider this concept much more broadly. Given the unique structure and
So now that
function
we've seen
of
all
each
of our interactions, I'm going to exit out of this assignment and go back. So now that we've created our PlayPosit lesson, we can now add it to our modules page. Go ahead on the left-hand side navigation, click on modules, and scroll down to find the particular module that you would like to add this assignment to. I'm looking to add it to module 2. Go to the plus sign, then I'm going to click on PlayPosit test lesson and go ahead and add the item. I'm going to move it up as you're going to see the same view that you just saw as the preview. If you'd like to see what your students will be previewing, go ahead and click on the top right hand side the student view button and it'll give them a view of the video. So as you can see here, you can see all your details. If there was a due date, the point value, how many attempts are allowed, and the instructions for your students. So I'm going to go ahead and leave the student view, and you can go in and monitor the activity once it has been completed by your students. Unfortunately, since this is a brand new activity, I would have nothing to assess, but I can go in and show you a previous bulb that was assessed. So if I go under my bulbs and just scroll to another video lesson, keep scrolling. And here I find this lesson. If I go into actions again, go into monitor, and I'm going to scroll into it, and it's going to be for this course for spring. As you can see, they had 2 interactions for this video lesson, and it shows you the duration of how long it took the student to complete the interaction, as well as the score. So this gives you an opportunity to just review and assess the students on how they're doing with the content and if you need to adjust it for the next assignment. And that is how you create a PlayPosit lesson.
Now your video bulb is set and your students can engage with the video and get real-time feedback on what they are supposed to be learning in your video lesson. If you need any more details on how to navigate PlayPosit or with any other educational tools, please contact the ATI designers at 909-537-7439 and we are more than happy to help.
Here or later. Yeah, so like then I'm sure like once you come by here and like see like the photographic stuff, it's like, oh my god, like how do you do this? Like let's like collaborate and like try to like work with each other. Because this stuff is like all of these the 3 things right here were all just made with like pictures being taken of like a single object and like putting them together and make a 3D model mesh. And then turn it into an SDF file and oh my god, so that one actually see like that for like 5 really detailed. So So like, the program that we were just using, like, it's basically like,
Yeah, that's fine. And then we're gonna have like a YouTube stream that he's gonna put on there as well.
So that
Just, kind of get the results. He's gonna really good. I think he's gonna focus this one.
Yeah.
And then talk about like what we should do.
it was awesome. So like, this has great, like, for example, JV by itself doesn't necessarily know you. So if you want to know like what exactly JV is, see your code, but they can see the whole HTML. Send email and all of
This dropping light here. Pretty good. We actually counted between what actually. Are we all right? Are we all met? Well, okay. What is the picture? I'm trying to get our pictures in because I suspect you guys will be doing that, so. Well, remember, we control the media. I know, it's so. There's the advantage.
I can take my hair off, take my hair.
You know what, you shut in my office, so I can. I remember when they came for the video, I had like three different. Oh, yeah. You know, for the shots and.
You wanna have us see this thing increase? I don't know how technical or not.
Oh, I think so. I think what I'm interested in is getting the map. Yeah, I got some good shots yesterday. I just want to kind of cover myself. You've been doing this for, is it 4 or 5 years now?
I've been doing the IT side for about 4 years. And then this stuff I started doing. Yeah, it's very, very cool. And so in the past, the student project that is actually like pretty big hit. This past yesterday was not that big, maybe because it's like the first time back. And then I think we do go to like I haven't been to this in a while.
And they joined the store, we talked about, yeah. But again, we were talking about the location, possibly was a. Yeah, because it was inside. So, yeah, I'm talking about this. Well, it was successful, but it wasn't the way I thought. It never is. Yeah, well, two things that I did not realize. Yeah. It was like when that it was heavily missing. I didn't realize to be here Boston. Parks and tents because it's like so we would have all of our terrace and then try radio play music. So we would draw students from the library and the web and we pull those.
Let's try that. Give me a cool place to look at.
Cool place to look at.
Yeah, what's your favorite place to look? Or what's a place to look?
So the pyramids.
Let's do.
Yeah. Or Stonehenge.
Let's do London. Just because I know.
No way.
So we've got enough things going for us because hasn't ASI having to
Yes.
outside, so we have all this stuff, and it's the one place where it's food.
So, you know,
We have two 1 hour signals, one in the morning and the other signal. Oh, yeah, it's pretty nice. I know. That's how we look at this, we don't have a lot of people, but we got a lot of images for the website.
So just do a screen capture or? So this is only files from places. So this takes them
I don't need to
from
I just stand still.
Google, like,
This one is fixed. If we have the comment, that I can move anywhere. So here I just.
Allow you to give us like an actual. And because it's one vision, it's not really. So, but we also do,
Is there a way that I can send my own history to teach me to keep? So that's.
So open street map is basically a website that people will, like, whatever, they will actually draw parameters. So somebody actually, for example, actually can draw or what you would call background that way. Yeah, so it's not just like a top down view, it's actual 3D.
Oh, no, that makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense.
But I need to remember.
Mine did, mine had to go to school. They built them wrong.
So has she hasn't been able to get any shot or anything?
Oh, no, she wasn't.
Okay.
So you think you have a bigger turnout here or less turnout in the basement? Right. It'll be interesting to see the Palm Desert campus tomorrow also. All right, I'll be in your
So I did it, I have to go.
How about I have a microphone?
The gimbal is great, but it's limited because I can't do certain things and I put it handheld. I'm limited on that. When I put it handheld, it's too shaky. When I
It's like I really like teaching online because I think that, in a lot of ways, it actually is better for computers. I can share screens, I can send files, we can switch back and forth, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But the students don't engage. They don't engage. Wow, long time no see. This is a very militaristic look you've got going here, you know?
Yep. That's why we are here. So we're trying to do, that's the topic where I'm trying to.
You got going over there?
Oh,
we have to wait until you're.
Yeah, could you give my PowerPoint?
Yeah, so I'm setting that up. Hold on.
Okay, wait a moment. I was standing in front of my PowerPoint.
You should still be able to see it. Basically, we're trying to cut her out. Because I need to figure out the sharing. So this is sharing.
Looks really cool.
There's sharing. So if I go.
Because I flew for 400 feet.
That's a cool effect.
Yeah, we're trying to see we are not just standing in front of your PowerPoint. We can make the faculty standing in any kind of simulation you want to engage today. Hopefully.
You know, I work here, but holy shit, this is interesting technology.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
This is very cool. How's the new one? How can I say this in a nice way? Sort of beyond her depth. You know, when you come into a position like that, you've got 12 faculty, and you know right now, as of this particular quarter, our department's the largest department.
Seriously, wow. Oh my. How was the drop?
That's what this thing is. Yeah, we're at. But we have the whole building. You know how important it is to say, okay, and have this piece like there was a faculty meeting today, like we get a meeting yesterday, oh yeah, there's a faculty meeting tomorrow. I'll send out an agenda later on. And I left the house at 11 o'clock. There still wasn't an agenda. Hi, how are you? Hello, how are you doing? Why is your arm arching behind your head? Oh, okay.
Right. So here is the sensor.
Yeah.
They're tracking your location.
Yeah.
So when you're doing a different location, sometimes you look where
Right.
like the computer will know where it is. That's my topic. We're trying to you can have double
Oh, is this camera? So Bobby, can you make her an animal? I couldn't do it. Yeah.
Not right now. It takes some time.
Yeah, it's going to take time.
Right.
Represent your ideas.
Right.
Be a chair, it can be a piano, any kind of a creature you want to get.
Hey, make it one. Just one.
You have like rigged the whole model and
Yeah.
everything.
Oh,
Like metagame display.
So this is a hard developing bigger from meta human, like scale, different kind of simulations. and maybe communicating to people, like real person talking. But literally, you can see anything.
So what this looks like is, we basically have a scene set up for green screen. So we're just cutting around. So we just have the model, and it's just set up to and all the motion. And so this is what's doing all the motion capture. And that's being sent over to Unreal in real time. And then we're just applying that to the model, cutting it out, putting it in ODS over the top.
So this is like a zoomed in area. So this is Arrowhead Village. This is where the Amazon locker is. I didn't even know that's. So it's great to have. And then some of the other locations
And so are there like different levels of seriously like different levels of sensors on, like different tracking points?
And then again,
There's different kinds. So this one's an inertial motion capture, so just detecting like movement and stuff like that. And
like dot tracking.
yeah, those are optical. When they have cameras set up all around, we usually need a bigger space for that.
So they have the optical one, they have the dots on their body and calculates the dots. The distance sensor is just that you have with the XYZ axis.
This problem was
Oh, that's it.
So Bobby is going to grab this and pull it out. Make that like having what weight in your body.
Probably.
Yeah, definitely. So that's another thing I want to talk to the partner and see how we can create some sensors based on that. So if we just build a sensor.
Some of the other things that we have here is our program set. So
I have a camera that
So
follows.
we are trying to come with access the things that they have anti-magnetic. Actually maybe a chip or something. But they use it 3 times than this one.
Yeah.
So for example, right here, we have
honestly more than less,
more this part of this photo is the
so what do you need to be able to kind of change your out into something like a piano or a pad or
so all the little white dots
So you
are
can see the blueprint, how they
also that's not part of this background, maybe you don't necessarily want the round, but then after that, you can 3D print it, and that's actually the little guy right here. So you can see just how detailed it is, like fold in the plot.
So that's like the track.
Yeah, see that all kinds of like dirt.
So then everything else is just what it is, perceiving the beat. With the model.
Yeah, we have different parts of the bone, and they need to connect it to Unreal. And make it, so they use the language they use is C++, and they give you blueprint, like variable, actually connected to the bone, and make Unreal understand how it moves.
Yeah, and then it's
you and I, we both know more
Can you send me one of those files that
you might not know that it's because like, it's only ever been.
and then I can sort of reconstruct it.
So you can actually see how
how it's rated and everything like that. And then
I spent a lot of time learning
sort of
not like
so
dipping the waters into like this has been it seemed like like break it down.
So the program is has same kind of like and like literally, so you can do geography, you can do tactile locations, so that was actually outlined. You have
She can place herself anywhere.
So there's a few ways you can do it. So one, you can do the game where you just pick one little one.
Oh, okay, yeah.
When you use this tool, you get like 20 other pages. All the way through. For example, you can either do that or you can get the program it to inner circle around the and that's kind of what a lot of our look at around it's really the magic that
yeah, well, this is a hard workflow for me.
so one is
no, but I'm saying that if you get
yeah,
that is essentially a meshed character, it can do all this stuff.
you have to rig it. Yeah.
Some of the maybe it's not that difficult that you expected. So I saw different workflow. It's different model. So if the simple risk, that's if you don't need to detail things with your face, that face is
Like
more
there's a whole
but
sound
for
stage.
just make them out work.
This is cool that there's an inertia that like, oh no, we're
It's not
set up with the
that,
tracks.
you can download
Like he could say,
models
the
and
laptop,
they have
you have to
workflow.
See, this is microphones.
Right? Both from your server.
And then you guys can just drop it into another environment.
You know, all the stuff that's
We'll show again the character. Okay, Larry.
Yes.
Look.
Okay.
Look at that. So we can actually, so your dog is actually in the suit. See?
Oh, she is. Like,
Yeah.
it's
So
the baby
then
separation of like.
right now you can see we comes up in the
Baby
PowerPoint.
separation, like ready
Actually,
for
you can show you up in any kind of simulation, 3D environment, natural scene. So you can do your lecture in that way. Point out. Right now, see, I have no glove right now, so the finger doesn't work. But if we have the glove on, and you can use your finger, point out any spot you want to point out, and then teach that way.
But the beauty of this is that you can alter any characteristics of the model, which means that you don't have to buy students. I think that was actually an old blackmail, but then, you know, it was okay. I mean, this was really not the last one that was. But yes. Look at that. I mean, you know, we can create whatever gender, race, whatever.
Say that again.
Well, because like, I'm sure that mask
Oh,
also is not like the greatest face detection.
Yeah.
And you can also.
But it's pretty cool. I mean,
Yeah.
the fact that, you know, it's removing. Yeah.
You can live streaming, so that's why we do today. So we live streaming the lecture to YouTube or through your Zoom. Then you can do live.
You know, I would love to have one of these. I walk around.
And also you can drag all of it. So right now this is my chair, myself, but also you can drag in any kind of physics, models, molecule, or turning it on, and drag it up bigger.
How long does it?
Yeah, so here is the unreal. So it's the background we want to keep out the halfway, so we make it instant. So you can set it in the any kind of inside the molecule, or any kind of thing you want to go in.
Or you can plug it.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So what do you need for this? This would make my sweatpants lecturing even better because I've never even had to change my clothes, just change it in the model.
We'd be wearing that.
No, but I'm saying, yeah, the only thing my students see is this, you know, they don't see me as my.
So it's gonna happen by the time of factory floor.
They have them.
Yeah.
Gotta have your priorities. The thing is that you would do the bare minimum. You know, this would be, because I always make movies. Oh, we did. Stuff like that.
So you guys are like recording a performance, and so you have the motions. Are you able to edit those motions after the fact? So like say like your hand comes through and it like clips through the leg, you can edit that after to like smooth it out.
Yeah, you can like
Right now,
record here.
so that's the Coco Studio.
Yeah.
So once you record the data, you feel, oh, I want to keep it higher.
You have the data. You can
Yeah,
play.
that
Yeah.
number can make you keep there.
Yeah.
And you want to clean your movement, then you can clean it.
Yeah, I know.
It's like you record the video.
So
I say like you record the video and like how it is streaming.
Have you ever watched like, I know the answer to this, but I'm just gonna say it anyway. Have you ever watched like Mystery Theater? Really haven't, you know, you're such a geek, I would have expected. It's with the guy and then he has the two girls that they're stuck in space and they make fun of old movies and stuff like that.
No, I haven't seen it. Oh, is that the one where he's like doing like all the VFX breakdowns? No.
No, you'll have to watch it. It's just funny stuff. And so he, but what I was gonna say, I could essentially record the video, you know, and do the video, but then put the video up and go back to like straight out like the camera could go in and talk. It's like voiceover
Yeah, there's a Zoom session saying they have a director on the more live voiceover in their closet.
I really like this. And wow, you must watch a lot of videos when stacked 2 hours.
Yeah. It's adding another layer or something you need to get in now. It's like, no, you can't just know how to do it now. You gotta be able to, can you do it on your own at home? You gotta know the engineering side. You gotta own the, yeah.
He like has like videos where you can
Are they useful?
like the setup video where you, yeah, they'll like kind of walk you through ideas. Yeah, shows.
And is he a professor somewhere?
He's like pretty popular on YouTube.
All right. Well, we have some by, say hi. He must make this thing, you know? So I guess I could put the effort into hire a whole team. You Tom, do a weather report for us. Talk about the cold front coming in from the southwest.
That's my topic. You know, how to speak English in the report, weather report. That will kill me. I can point out.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, bring in something. You have to look at the. You have to. What we have to do is put a screen for her over there, so she can. Yeah, just like the weather, just like in the weather tab.
We've got.
Yeah, here we go.
It's actually pretty incredible.
Yeah.
Go ahead, talk about Monday.
Well,
Walk
Monday-
over there, show us what it's gonna be.
Monday is a Friday.
You can't walk on this because it's treadmill mode. You have to like pay.
Yeah, I have
software
to,
get-
to hold my face over here.
Oh.
And they give me a clearance there, like a frame, I cannot exceed that
So
frame.
if we really did, we could move the background over to her.
Yeah.
She could act like she's walking.
Yeah.
Move the background over.
Very good.
Yeah, that's why we want the faculty to teach in this. in
No, I
different-
love it. I think it's a great idea.
And then we can change the background, go to glacier or go to desert.
Oh, they like that scan.
Okay, so we'll do this. I'll bring over a video. You can, I'll suit up and we'll go through one video. And show the students how to do something. Which would be something in itself.
But actually showing up to you know how to do some requirement.
Yeah.
So we'll do our presentation next one.
All right, we need you to go this. Supplier. We might need to change.
That's why we charge my phone.
Maybe I should use this. Is this really good? Yeah, it is. I'm wondering if I should show the.
Now, what is that thing doing? Oh, it's just
That's a
recording.
Zoom.
Yeah. This webcam.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's probably your partner. in front of
No,
me.
no, you're fine.
I want to.
Or are you
Because
actually
I hear
casting?
about you.
You're not getting recorded.
Well, it's not this
Like these studios, like, hey, here's
Being
being
recorded?
recorded. Yeah. We'll tell you how to build it out. Like, what we're supplying each year.
No, there's
New York, New York, the New York libraries, academic, they provided all artists that were now from the, they provided like the rewrite and like, and they provided templates for artists. To make it more accessible.
within the voice over technology to make sure everyone's recording.
Oh, this is kind of interesting in a way that,
Really
one of the things that they do like with,
where
like, I would think that they would use this new theology to do a study.
They sound when you're in the studio, yeah.
They run, and they with the suit,
at home people are recording.
you could have them run, and even though they were running out there, they'd be standing in one spot.
Yeah, you can do that. That's why it's like, it's called treadmill mode.
Yeah, you could actually put a chart across it, and see where.
So you can't get them in the studio.
Interesting.
That way you don't have to follow them.
15, 20 at the same time.
Yeah, see what they're doing.
Standardized.
it out.
So how's your son? Is your son all healthy again?
Yeah, it's generally it's good, but he has big pencil with the mask. That's a problem. Because teacher called me 2 times and let me take him back home. I know it's a pencil problem. It's a mask, and then do sports outside outdoor, make him feel
It's not also streaming sound, is it?
Hopefully it wasn't. Turn it on. It's supposed to be just their stuff up here.
Because that'd be so nice to know that before.
Well, now you know.
Well, yeah, but that's a little bit too late because Brett and I had a chat
How far
about the college.
The sprinkler car, you can check doorways, you can do all that kind of stuff. And then at one time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, why?
I was just reading my email and get another professor died. I wrote that. Cynthia was the husband in psychology. No, it's, you know, two of them in September. What's going on? I mean, our ranks are being rigid. Yeah.
None of the buildings have roofs.
Yeah.
Because
So
I'm always looking up at things, so I get that space. I get that.
Can you at least not have the sound?
Yeah, I mean,
Real world.
You could actually fly a weekend.
what does the body need to do? Like if you are one of the things, so I told you guys, I don't know if I told you, so I took a workshop with a guy named Richard Orton, who were hoping will be doing a workshop for you, right? One of the things that happens when you're working in motion capture performance is that your movements do need to be more detailed, and they need to be bigger. It really just requires a lot more, like the motion capture performance requires a lot more focus and imagination. So like we just saw, like you told, we go back to, you don't have to, but if we were like going back to the Australia thing, right?
Yeah.
She has to use all of her focus and all of her concentration, to put herself in that environment, right? She's having to create that environment all by herself, even though it's on the screen, but for her as the person wearing the suit, right? She doesn't actually, if there's a barrier in that space, right? She doesn't actually have a rock she has to climb over, but we have to believe that she's climbing over a rock. So she has to be more detailed. So I think while, I don't know that the movements are necessarily bigger, it's more exaggerated, but it requires more focus and more concentration because the environment exists on the screen and in your mind, and that's it. Does that make sense? Which also makes it a lot more fun. I mean, I feel like in some ways it really helps you to get to the essence of what performance is. Someone it's a little Jacques Lecoq, who was the guy who's famous for mime. And then, it's almost like, to me, this is almost like a study of 21st century mime in some ways.
So I have no background about performing, but I think as the audience, I watch the theater arts are different from TV series, from movies. So every performing is different. So we do need the experiment because the software tracking system is different. So you may need to practice with the phone tracking, how your facial tracking with different character. The character is different, the environment is different. So you probably need more practices through the software, you can. So that's why right now you can see the big curve screen give you kind of a big environment changing, and you can get kind of get a feeling from that. But still, different software, different camera, different resolution will be different.
You can always place things in the environment that are let's just say a simple box just to represent this is what you'd be stepping on in the physical space, just so you it's better to connect it to that virtual world.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think if we build up a scene, we have a virtual scene and a natural, real scene. That's really reduce the costs, actually give some box or measurement. We have to really accurate measurement of stones, and then you can help, and that can help.
And how much, and how much of that is better? I mean, it's, we're always looking for ways to make something more sustainable, make performance more sustainable, right? And so if you are able to create a realistic looking background, rather than A, having to use CO2, right, to travel there, or B, having to create it out of wood that's just going to end up in somebody's dumpster, that's another good argument for being able to use this kind of thing in particular medium.
Yes. And also, I'm thinking that the good things for theater are how we engage audience. So I do think the gaming gives our inspirations. So the future film, the future performance should be interactable. So that's why the gaming engine makes sense. So you are the actor, but maybe some audience jump in, can interact with you. Think that way. That'd be possible. I think that's the strength about the technology right now. I think that's a good. I'm looking for that.
And something I've done in Unreal is you see all these blue cameras. I have it basically. I just set all these up around the character, and I have a blueprint. That's what you use to pretty much program things in Unreal Engine. And I have it so that when I press certain keys on here, it switches between the different cameras. So you can kind of set up your own system for that. I have let me show you. There's one camera that actually follows her head.
But I was not expecting.
And the equipment that we'll have, like we'll be getting, right now, you see, like Lisa is able to use this through an app on her phone. Facial capture, which is amazing. That's available to use also that's for our season. But we're also getting the like a mounted camera that's mounted.
And you can see this is the one that's tracking your head.
You can move. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Any other questions?
This might be a bridge that we cross later, but some of our performances have like lines that we say, for example. So now I know that it can track your face and the words you're saying. Is there a way that you could record at the same time, like what we're speaking, or that easier maybe just to map or say the lines and then do a voiceover with that?
You can record at the same time, and you can just save that as an audio file, and then just at the start of the animation, because you wouldn't want to do it live if you're doing a performance. You'd want to do it where you're recording this actual animation. You do it all in here, do your performance in here, and then you go and you just at the start of like when you start talking, you play the audio, and you can do that.
Also, the technology has amazing. It's a software called face to audio, audio to face. So that you're not necessarily tracking your face. So once we view the avatar, you feel awesome. And then we can connect the points for the eyes, nose, mouth, corner. And then you just record in your video, audio. And then the software can apply your audio naturally to the face. Yes, that's this is also from NVIDIA.
Yeah, it's like a AI project that they're working on.
And also in Unreal, you can see my face right now. It's not ideal, sometimes it go off. But the thing is, in the Unreal 5, you can edit the pronunciation. I think that's goddess for English. So they can connect the different like L, or you can correct the specific pronunciation with your face position, your mouth and the tongue position. That make your avatar more accurate. You can edit it that way, but it's time consuming.
Sorry. How do stunts work in mocap? Because I've seen some videos where people can get really physical with it and do a lot of really cool stuff. You have to watch out for the gear. Are you able to kind of have fun with it, move around a lot, or?
I can do that one for you. Do you want me to answer that one? So in terms of stunts, you do have to watch out for the gear. There are several basic rules. One of the things is, when we're able to do a workshop, when we do inaugural poets, right? We are sort of renting a studio that'll come on campus and work with all of us, right? So it'll be more than just me and you're done. And we'll be a bigger team. Okay. But the first rule is stay away from the grid, because you're in this suit. There's sensors all over the suit. Okay. Anytime that you touch, and you've seen her like a number of times, right? She has to calibrate so that the computer can say, okay, exactly this is what her body is doing. This is right. It's got to calibrate, right? This one has Unreal Engine has this particular calibration tools. I suspect that the software we use for novel poets that you'll have to go through like here, like that you'll have to do several different poses, right? So the main thing is don't touch the wall, don't touch the grid. If we, when you're using, you guys have all seen like the studio, you have like all the metal trusses, all that kind of stuff. Well, everything on that is collecting data. So the biggest thing is leave the data collecting things unknown, right? Like that's probably the most uncomfortable thing about it. So then when you think about stunts, particularly if you've got like one of the motion capture headsets on, right? How does that change? It's going to change a couple of things. Okay, so for example, if you're doing a flip, right? You still do all the stunts, it's still the human body doing that stuff, right? So we know that we could, film and do a scan of you tongue in this, and we could manipulate, right, that figure to make them do like all sorts of like to fly in the air, do all sorts of things. Okay? But general stunts, if you're talking about like MMA stunts, right, or jumping or flying, all of those things are done much in the same way that you would see in a normal, in a
not VR, it's not this kind of studio. I'm losing my words here, right? With the exception that if I'm rolling, right, then there are adjustments that I physically have to make so that I'm not messing with my sensors, right? Or if I'm doing something that's like close up to somebody else, okay, there are adjustments that I have to make so that my face camera and your face camera are not, are not going. And one of the big no-nos, one of the big things that they try to avoid motion capture performance is falling. Can you imagine? Because you've got sensors on your back too. So it gets a little bit, you have to be a little bit creative. Like if you're like, okay, this is, if you're in the volume and you're doing a video game and you're like, I think my character is running and I think they would fall and roll here, right? They don't want you to fall on their $5,000 sensor. Don't fall on it. You better come up with something else. And that starts, and you can see how that starts to create some of these new unusual movements that you start to see in video games, right? Half the time it's because somebody told them you can't fall on my $5,000 camera.
Yeah, and another solution I think is the maps. I saw a lot of the soft maps. And slow down your movement. Like,
Yes.
Slow down, roll, and, that's trying to protect sensors a little bit. Yeah, that's probably, and how to count your movements. Make it small frames. And also we can speed up through the software.
Here's some recorded animations that they have. They're just like samples. So I'm opening Unreal so I can kind of apply that to the model in there. So I have a bunch of different ones.
Yeah, and Recoco have a library. They have all kinds of motions and data, right? Dancing movements. And can exactly apply.
And you see this one doesn't have any
Yeah.
facial capture method. It's
You
only
see the finger, so that's why we have gloves. You can see the finger one.
And so I imagine they're sitting on a physical chair in real life, and then this is just picking them up sitting up. Floating.
I plan to do that really cool.
Here.
I was also noticing the shadows are really cool.
Yeah.
How you turn the shadows.
Yes, you can set all kinds of, I think I really have amazing lighting system. You can do different time, different source, light source.
Let's see. Oh, I can do it side by side. So, let's do the gunslinger. There's a hello, nice to meet you. Let's do the dragon one.
Are these pre-recorded or is this you talking?
You have the library.
Pre-recorded?
Yeah.
Let's do angry fan.
Yeah. Don't know big tracking, so that's good.
Let's see. Oh, this is a singing one, so this one's gonna be intense. Oh, this was my popular one. So yeah, here you can actually put a microphone in their hand. This one, the face isn't actually tracked.
So anyway, yeah,
That would be.
In order to create these, like somebody got into a suit, right? And did this, right? So that's also an area, that's also like an area of work. It's a little like doing the voiceover for Siri or Alexa, you know, be able to do. Yeah, sure, I'd come in sing for you guys for, you know, $500 for an hour today. Like definitely, yeah.
Yeah, we can see this through our library, you know, and your movement can apply to any category.
Now the face tracking should be working.
Let's go right now.
For $50, you can have it on it.
It doesn't look as intense without the camera tracking the face. Looks like a music video or something.
Yeah, that doesn't sound recording by herself.
You guys have, what other questions do you all have?
Any questions? Thank you. Okay.
Or like, can you edit so there's more than one person in the scene?
Yes. Yes, you can drag any characters. Once we have, so that means you want to sync all the motion together, or you want to, so it's a many ways we can solve the problem. So right now we have one suit. If we have multiple suits, we can actually drag into all the character and sync together. And also we can edit the animation for the pre-recorded data for one character there. And you act as where the suits act and as you, and interact with the character we viewed before, preview. So that's all possible. Is that cool? And also, so for Unreal, the amazing thing is lighting. So see, we have an amazing lighting system inside the game, but also the real lights can sync together through the software. So that means that you can use the camera tracking the real lights and the software lights sync together. So give a lot of space you can work on.
Yeah, we had one of those 3D modelers just build a basic stage.
It's simple. It's a simple thing. And we test the different, yeah.
For the green screen one, I literally just made this stage model giant and put a green material on it.
In some of the VR studios that I've seen before, I've seen them like kind of like be like a full round green screen.
Yes.
Does that help or how does that change?
So I do think the green screen is the kind of traditional one. Right now you see the circle LED one. So that means you can give your real environment about all kinds of the beauty scene there. Don't necessarily have a green screen to key out.
The main reason we're using it is so that we can overlay on top of the PowerPoint.
Yes, that's a low level need actually. So we would key out the green thing to my PowerPoint.
So you can see the
that's
camera's
it.
visible, but once I click play. I'm going to make it full screen. It's not positioned right because I have it set up in OBS. So there you go.
Yeah. So that's, you can key out the green, any color. If you want to key out the black color, just where the contract, high contract close, and then key out the background.
If I go to the original scene, you can show you that you would just be able to see the background, and I think some things might be. No, for the most part. Yeah, so you can see the background. So that's all the green screen is there for now.
So that, I think that's another level of live streaming. We can actually change the scene, shift you from the bottom of sea to the outside of space easily. Couple seconds, done.
Any more questions?
You guys have about 3 more minutes. I'm gonna show you one more thing.
Cool.
Thank you, Tom. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. I know, right? You just saw, you might hurry up last semester just through the computer.
Yes, I know.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. I was gonna pretend I was in that class, but I think I would've got noticed.
That's my goal. I want to be a professor.
I wanna come to work and put on a suit.
Yeah, you can try it.
Those boots aren't part of it, are they? Those boots are just.
Yeah, that I just figure out I need to put it.
SWAT outfit is what it looks like.
I can, I'm trying to have my boxing work and then do some fancy movements, collect my data, and live forever in my digital world. I'm a crazy one.
Have you seen Lawnmower Man?
Mhm.
The movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
I say all
I don't know
kinds of
why
things.
that just made me think of Lawnmower Man.
I haven't seen it.
For some reason, I really like that movie. You haven't seen it?
No, I haven't.
You should see it.
It's good. It's a classic.
Maybe a cult classic. I don't know. It's where I get the access denied. He's trying to get into something.
Yeah.
Way pre-Matrix, but somebody bad trying to get in.
Yeah.
So printing out one of these little guys right now. So this is like a calibration test. So basically, it's one very cute, but two, it's supposed to be like a good test for like what can your computer handle. So like the curve of the boat, can you handle that? Can it print straight for the whole? And then that's just a few other good stuff as well. Yeah. Lots of boat, a lot of ideas coming my way. Back to the